every minute with the fever dreams. I push a mind to a limit where it needs to feed. I work blind, got vision I don't need to see. I'm picking mind over matter, I believe in me. I need to find more hours in the day to breathe. Need to find more power in the way I be. And when my mind turns sour with the painful scenes, I need to scream out loud, I can't stop me. I wanna be the greatest like Rocky. You know I leave them all hates like a hobby. I'm out here making moves like a lobby. And if you ain't with me, it's your loss. See, I got my mind on the facts, I'm a python, grab what I like real fast. Choke until I have everything I attack, everything that I lack, everything that I want, and I see matter of fact.
Cause I'm my own worst enemy. Only if I let it be. I can control anything if I can just think carefully. I control my destiny. Deep up in my mind I manifest it. Every morning I wake up obsessed, and everything I do the best. And deep within my mind, you know I'll always manifest it.
Good morning and welcome to my Mind Over Your Matter. My name is Rick. Let's turn on these cameras. Let's get the show started. Very important day. Hurricane Melissa is about to make landfall as a Cat 5 hurricane with winds possibly over 185 miles per hour. Last time I heard the pressure was at 892 millibars. 892 millibars. This is a beast. It's going to be one of the strongest landfall hurricanes in history, recorded history here in the Atlantic Basin. So it's so scary. It's so scary. I feel bad for the people of Jamaica, especially on the western part. It's not going to be good. There's going to be a lot of deaths, and I'm sorry. We could just hope they could get through this and then help them out at the back end, but it's just not going to be good. I feel it. I already feel like the people are already struggling. It's going to be bad. All right, let's go ahead and check out what's going on. We're going to go to a live feed here from Fox Weather. Let's go ahead and play on there. Let's cut that out. Is there any sound? I don't hear any sound. Okay, is it me? But I don't hear sound on that. Here, let me refresh. Let me see if it's on my side or what, but I don't hear no sound. Should be hearing sound. Let's refresh this picture. Yeah, I'm not hearing sound. If he's talking, I ain't hearing. That's for damn sure. All right, let's pause this here. Let's take it over here. Let's see if we're getting some kind of sound. The internet is running very slow this morning for some reason. I have no clue why. Blame Trump, right? Because we all have to blame Trump. Okay, for some reason, I'm not getting sound on my end. Gotta be kidding me, right? What the hell's going on here? Let me check my system out. It's too early in the morning to be doing this shit. Let's see.
All right, we got an update from the National Hurricane Center.
There you go. Now I got sound.
And oh my goodness, there it is, 892 millibars, 185 mile per hour winds.
105 mile per hour winds.
This will officially, on all records, be the strongest landfalling hurricane of all time.
Whole system is just going crazy on my side. I didn't even open this here, and it just opens by itself. I really don't like the new changes to YouTube. It's just not good.
So if you're just now tuning in, we just got the latest update on Hurricane Melissa, and it's still an absolute powerhouse.
Oh, it's about to make landfall too. And
that it's about 45 miles southeast of Negril, Jamaica.
Negril.
The sustained winds are now at 185 miles per hour, which is just unbelievable. That's at upper end category 5 intensity. The pressure has dropped again to 892 millibars. This is one of the lowest readings ever recorded in the Atlantic Basin. Melissa is creeping north and east at about 7 miles per hour now.
It's going a little faster, but it's going to take a while.
On a 20-degree track, north and east.
This thing gained
and that
stronger over
means that
land.
Jamaica is going to sit inside of that wind field with 185 mile per hour winds.
The storm is getting stronger over Jamaica.
Core is tightening, and the southern coast from Negril through Mandeville to Kingston is now facing the full force of the eye wall.
Okay, let's see over here if I got a sound over here. Play. Let me see what's going on. Let's go a little on the live. Yeah, for some reason I don't got any sound on them. I'm telling you, this YouTube shit is just what's going on, YouTube. You would have sound here, but I don't hear no sound. Okay. Let me see. Maybe if I open up another window of that one, maybe. Let me check. Yeah, I don't hear no audio. You know what? Let me check on my phone. That's where it'll tell me. There we go.
Oh yeah, there we go. Yeah, this thing falls down.
There you go. They got the audio up. It wasn't me. It's dumb over there. They just figured it out. But for that, I'm gonna put you on a pause. I'm gonna come back over to Ryan. Give me 1 sec. Let's get this up. Let's go here.
So keep that in mind.
This is crazy.
Avoid the coast and
Where's
rivers
Ryan
entirely
Hall?
until the all clear is given. Surge and flooding may continue even after the peak winds reduce. And
This
that's
is
very
going to
possible.
be so bad for Jamaica.
The National Hurricane Center is going to be live in about an hour, so we should definitely watch that. Somebody make sure you send me the
This definitely is
send me
going to
that
be
link whenever they go.
the storm of the century, especially for Jamaica. Wow, look how symmetric this storm is. That is just wild. Look how perfect the eye is. Like no disturbance, no shear.
Will that be on
nothing.
YouTube? Yeah, I think they go live on YouTube.
Look how perfect. You can see like it looks, and it's like the land is not even disrupting the storm.
There are the planes now. Let me zoom out a little bit and show you. It looks like this one's about to go in for another pass. So the I believe that's the Air Force plane. Yeah, the Air Force plane is about to go in for another pass. This is a real-time view of our Hurricane Hunter planes that are getting ready to go back into the storm. It's possible that we get another reading before landfall, but there's also a very good possibility that this will happen right at landfall too. This one's still got to get oriented here. It's going to be a second before it gets in there. But yeah, they're both outside of the storm's core right now.
So what's the official reading on it? I gotta get the official reading. Let me work on that. But we could pause it over here. It's almost about to make landfall over at Black River. It looks like. Man, all this area is gonna be destroyed. And they're probably in the process of getting destroyed right now.
A huge shout out to Ezra. Thank you so much for the
Montego Bay, all these areas, all that west side of Jamaica.
Millbars and wind speed. So the wind speed is all the way up to.
I'm not even exaggerating.
185 miles per hour, and that central low pressure.
Hurricane Andrew
is down to 892.
It was 160.
So this is one of the strongest storms of all time.
It was 160 when it made landfall. This is 185 plus. This could be like 190 when it makes landfall. The winds could be at 190. Imagine that. That is crazy. It's literally right there. Like the eye wall is about to make landfall.
What are the wind gusts of this? If it can be measured, we're probably going to see wind gusts well over 200 miles per hour, especially in some of the higher elevations there, and especially right on the shore. There will be several wind gusts above 200 miles per hour. Sustained winds will be at 185, which means that they won't.
Little lighter red here, so it may be land.
Another thing, it's probably the thing that we talked about the least, but storm surge is going to reach up to 13 feet. That's enough to submerge single-story homes near the shoreline. And there's a lot of those. We've seen them on some of Google Maps.
Okay, let's pause him out for a second and let me take it over here. And this is what I mean here. You see how it was pink, and then all of a sudden now it's just white. So that means the storm is being affected by the mountains. The mountains is affecting this storm. But this storm, the center is so perfect, man. Such a perfect storm. And it's making landfall. It's about to make landfall within an hour. It doesn't get classified as a landfall until half of the eye has to be on land to officially call it a landfall. It's the only way. So let's go back to Ryan Hall here and let's listen.
Maps. Imagery that would become that can injure you 150 to 200 miles per hour.
Good morning, Terry. How you doing, man?
Can injure you to the point of
Yeah,
it being
185
very,
mile
very
per hour
bad, which is
wind,
something that I never
pressure
really thought
at
about.
892 millibars,
Yeah,
and
just
dropping.
obviously, hopefully, you're not going to
And
be in
dropping
a
all
position where
morning.
you're outside anyways. But just it's another thing to think about.
I woke up this morning. It was at 9:01, and by the time I finished with my therapy and everything and came and set up the show, it dropped another 9 millibars.
Yeah, Josh is down there. He
So
doesn't have a live stream.
the wind's at
I'm talking to several
185
storm chasers
miles per hour.
who are recording video clips,
Moving
but they're not transmitting a live stream.
northeast at 7 miles per hour.
Similar to sandblasting, yeah.
Had to let the cat out the room. My cat, she wants to go out, so put her out of the room. But you can see that the eye looks perfect. Like even here, the system looks like a donut. It looks like a donut, like a tire. It looks like an old school tire. Like look at that, just the picture of it. Look how symmetric it is. No, no shear. No, the waters around it is energizing this hurricane. It's giving enough energy. Wow. Let's see. I got another one. Max velocity. I watch his channel too. So give me 1 second to set it up. Says everything's running a little bit slower this morning. Here we go. Let's check this out. Take that out. I'm telling you,
Be wiped out.
everything is.
Yeah, I mean, it could be. I don't know anything about it. I'll have to look at a map. I'm gonna pull up here. Yeah, I'm gonna show you guys. Let's look at a map here and look. So this is where White House is. Yeah, this is the White House Resort right here. Yeah. This
Oh,
is
that's
right
gonna
on the
be all
coast.
destroyed.
I don't even think there's I think this is only like a couple of maybe a foot off.
Oh,
sea
that's
level,
gonna
if
be
that,
gone.
Maybe a couple feet. I mean, this resort's definitely
Yeah, that whole resort is gonna be gone.
As in White House, that's basically where this is making landfall.
All that area is gonna be gone. Wow, the fact that it's just not weakening.
Not good. Hey, Life for becoming a member. Welcome to Velocities.
Yeah.
Hurricane Melissa, now about an hour out from landfall here in Jamaica. It's about an hour away. Our next National Hurricane Center updates in 35 minutes. Pressure again is down to 892 millibars right now.
892. Wow. That's low. That's a strong.
Does the resort have a live camera? Not that I'm aware of. And even if it did, it's probably not going to have power.
Coffee's really good this
Actually,
morning.
it looks like some of the cameras might be going down right now. believe all the cameras may have just gone down.
Wow.
We do have, obviously, Storm Chaser Bryce Shelton, bottom right of your screen. He is still up. Some of the cameras, I believe, just went down, though. At least temporarily. Thank you, Russ, for the $20 super chat. Got my wife watching. Appreciate that. Which resort's getting hit? I think it's called the White House Sandals Resort, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, boy. That resort's gone. Huh. Oh man, it just gives me flashbacks on when I survived my
Cameras are
hurricane.
dropping. Yeah, I do think we're going to start losing signal on almost every camera here relatively soon. Obviously, we have Storm Chaser Bryce Shelton, who is 100% live right now, but that'll only last so long.
Yeah, but he has Starlink, so he might be good for the duration, possibly. With Starlink,
Let's see, I gotta find this.
it looks like the eye is moving a little bit more
Bottom right of your screen is
towards the
gonna be that river
western
cam.
side of Jamaica. Instead of, you see how the cone has it turning towards the right? It looks like it's kind of on the left
Back
side
up. Yeah,
of
they're
the
gonna go in and
cone.
out. I honestly think in about 30 minutes to an hour, most of Jamaica is gonna be out without power, and on top of that, all the cameras are basically gonna be offline. I think in about 30 minutes or an hour, that's probably what's gonna happen.
Wow, it looks like it's higher from that image.
All right, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. So I wanted to talk a little bit more about why the hurricane hunters aren't going to be doing anything when they're over land. So we had this issue yesterday with the hurricane hunter data. I'm not sure if any of you remember when we were actually getting extrapolated pressures that were completely wrong compared to what was actually going on inside the hurricane. The extrapolated pressures are not what the National Hurricane Center officially uses in order to determine the power of the storm, the drop zones. I don't know if you guys have seen a drop zone, but it essentially looks out the back of an airplane. Someone or a structure. Obviously, it's not going to explode because it's not actually a missile, but it still causes a significant amount of damage. They're traveling very, very fast by the time they reach the ground. So it just does not make sense at all to sort of fly into the eye of the hurricane, put the lives of those who are on the plane and the plane itself at risk, just to do something that we're not going to be able to do because we can't drop anything because we're over land. So I'm going to imagine that they're most likely going to go loop around, wait for the thing to make its
Yeah, it looks
way
like it's
across
moving a
Jamaica,
little bit
and
more
then they'll do
towards
another fly through. It should be with
Montego Bay.
that just because of the land interactions. We're
It's moving
going to
more
continue to
north
see that
than
all the way
east.
up to
This is
landfall.
like
I know the
north
lap through. Certainly that is probably happening, but still, until the eye of the storm is over, there's still going to be a war. Another thing that we're going
That's Kitty
to
Kitty.
look to see is how badly
Oh,
this land and actually
I
holds up the
love Kitty
strength
Kitty.
the direction of the storm. There's been a lot of questions about whether or not it will make it to Cuba as a
My
Category
kitties are
5.
sleeping.
And honestly,
This is
the
up.
biggest question is what will happen to the
Surprise.
hurricane when it does go
My
over
cats are
Jamaica.
knocked out.
If it doesn't weaken that much, which is possible just because it is a smaller island and it can almost be over the island and the water at the same time, it may still make it to Cuba as a Category 5 hurricane. That doesn't affect anything outside of Cuba much, just because after it gets to Cuba,
Category 5
when we're
hurricane
getting
going
to the
to
Bahamas, we're
Cuba.
almost certainly going to be weakening just because Cuba is larger and it will break apart the hurricane a little bit better
It
than
might
Jamaica
end
would.
up being a
But
Cat
other than
3
that, that's about
when it
all
hits
we
the
have
Bahamas.
to
Maybe still major
break
hurricane.
apart the hurricane. It's just not going to happen before it gets to Jamaica.
Because it's going to get back into it's already
Riley
in
for the
hot
update.
waters
So
on the
that's
other side
generally
of
a little update
Jamaica.
on what's happening right now with Hurricane
And the
Melissa
system
as
is
it continues to
feeding off
approach
of that
land
energy
here. We
too.
are again once again very close to
So
landfall
this
right
storm
now
is not going to
in
weaken.
Jamaica with a powerful Category 5 hurricane. Maximum sustained winds are currently sitting at 185 miles per hour, and on top of that,
And that theory about the
pressure is down to
mountains destroying the
892
hurricane,
millibars, making this the third
this one is
strongest
trying
hurricane
to
on record.
prove
It
it
ties
wrong.
the Labor Day hurricane of 1935. Thank you, Copper, and as well as Noah for becoming members. We currently have 69,000 people watching the stream. If you've not already liked the stream, helps get this out to more people. Once again, we have tons of different live shots right now across Jamaica, including our very own storm chaser, Bryce Shelton, who has been out there in the bottom middle of your screen. They're in Mandeville, Jamaica, where conditions are rapidly getting worse. Now, let me go over to him. He has signal here for the moment. Again, conditions have been pretty bad here. Again, worse.
Wow. It's going to get so bad there.
He's in Mandeville. Only storm chaser that is live that we at least have ability to use here.
He's by the eye. He's going to get the eye.
And it has been in and out.
That's because of the storm. It's so strong and powerful.
To Kingston Harbor, which is another live shot here on the See Jamaica camera network.
Let me see if I can find those cameras, because I have those cameras. I had them yesterday. See if I can find them.
Do you think it'll continue to intensify before landfall? I think it's probably reaching its peak intensity right now. If not, it might have already done the hurricane anymore. Like, the only other aircraft is flown out for the time being, and I don't think we're going to see another flight through the hurricane. The pressure is down to 892 millibars. All the Hurricane Hunter aircraft are probably not going to keep flying into this hurricane. It's getting too close to land now. We know for sure that the FERTS mission that flew around in the eye for well over an hour has now flown away from the hurricane. And then the one that is closer to the hurricane may take another flight through, or it might just go around Jamaica and go back. So that is going to be moving toward. They might not go back into the hurricane, but at least for right now, we at least know the hurricane's very intense. I mean, this is going to be one of the most intense landfalling hurricanes of all time in the Atlantic Ocean. That includes the Greater Antilles, Lesser Antilles, United States, all those places.
That's crazy.
Jamaica's south coast is such a special place. Please protect the Pelican Bar. I'm really, like, it sucks. Like, I really, like, hope for the best, but, like, I don't think there's really anything that we can, like, hope for the best.
No, everything's gonna get destroyed.
Like, I just think what we're about to see, like, very significant destruction here shortly in Jamaica. Especially in Western Jamaica, especially on the south coast. Which does include areas like the Sandals Beach Resort and White House. This is in Mandeville right now. And this back over in Kingston Harbor. My good buddies in Montego Bay. Does anybody, I'm curious in the chat, does anybody know any friends or family that are vacationing right now? Like in Jamaica?
Me.
That might be stuck there?
I know some friends that's supposed to be going on a cruise ship this
Daniel for the $20 Venmo donation.
And actually, I think they leave Friday. And they're supposed to go towards the Bahamas. I think they'll be safe from the hurricane for sure. But man, it sucks. Jamaica, man. Oh man, that sucks. It's just I feel the energy and it's just not good.
Also, is anybody tuning in from Jamaica right now? Another question. I don't know how many people are actually watching from Jamaica right now. I'm gonna do a poll for that. Thank you, John, for becoming a member.
Let me see if there's anything here. We got
I'm putting a poll in the chat. Answer. I'm curious how many people are tuning in from Jamaica or any of the Greater Antilles.
Storm trackers. I mean, there is
Melissa,
one.
The eye of the hurricane, at least the edge of it, is now only 6 miles away from land. So we are rapidly approaching
6 miles
landfall here in Jamaica.
Yeah, we're about to make landfall.
You're rapidly approaching landfall right now. In Jamaica.
Reuters. Independent.
This is the Flatbridge camera, which has been going in and out a little bit here on the C Jamaica camera network. Go back just a second so it
I got
but this is what it looks
feed.
like right now. This is basically live within the last 20 seconds or so. The river is basically entirely over the bridge. We've had some branches getting stuck on the bridge. You can see the edge of the bridge actually a little bit better than before now. But all the flooding rainfall is basically led into this river. We've had storm surge up to 13 feet as well on top of that. And so catastrophic impacts are underway here in Jamaica.
Getting crazy out there. It's about to make landfall. Remember, if it's moving 7 miles per hour, it's gonna make landfall in less than 40 minutes. So by probably, I would say, top of the hour, I would say 11 a.m. landfall around there, because it's probably moving a little more quicker to the north, so it may be a little quicker moving up. I'm here checking out this here, which is the C Jamaica. Their camera is kind of coming in and out. It doesn't look good. It was working, and then it just stopped working. So that's the issue that they're having. I got another video here. This is from Reuters, and that's what's going on there. Let me see. I gotta open this one up. I'm trying to get as many lives and trying to watch as many lives, see what the hell is going on. Let me see. I think I have this one. I'm not sure if it's the same that we're watching. This one. And if it's the same as this one, then we'll just cancel it out. But this is live. This is what's going down over there. Let me stop sharing for a second. Let me reopen. Man, the system is going so slow and so weird. What is going on here? Are you kidding me? It's like everything is super slow. Everything's like, oh my god, what is going on here? I don't know what's going on. I want to see. Let me see. I'm trying to see which one I want to see. Okay, let me just put this one. And then let's make this one big. This is by Kingston. This is Kingston, Jamaica. You got this one here. I'm pretty sure this is in Kingston, which I think Kingston, it doesn't really have. They're gonna get like strong winds and so forth, but I don't think they're gonna get the brunt like the west side. The east side I think, is more safe. The west side is getting pummeled. They're getting destroyed right now. And it's so scary. I remember Hurricane Andrew. I just remember like hunkering down in the middle of the apartment, and the pressure, the winds, the tornadoes, like that energy was so strong. Let me see. What is this? Okay, this is the bay again. Kingston Harbor. Let's go ahead and take this out. I don't know why it keeps popping up the damn chat, but it keeps doing that. Let's go back to next. Let me fix this again. I'm getting so tired of this thing not working properly. It's like, what the hell, man? That's why I don't like I stopped doing morning shows, because it's just been getting more hassle. I'm trying to get this shit to work. It's working, so that means this video must be working. Where is it? This one.
All right, let's back over to a live shot of. Oh, I guess that live shot's still on. Let's see if we can find a different live shot here. It has not been terrible here recently. This is also a multi-view camera shot, so this is going to show you a bunch of different cameras. This is on the Sea Jamaica camera with a board. It's all across Jamaica right now. There's still people walking around up there, still cars driving around in Kingston. And then this right here is the harbor view. This is in Kingston Harbor. Kingston will not be directly hit, which is really good news because Kingston is where over 1 million people live, but we are still going to see some big impacts here. I mean, we already have obviously very high waves here, definitely 10, 15 plus feet offshore and coming inland. Storm surge again up to at least 10 feet is likely for peak storm surge, which is above ground level. Wind gusts will probably get up to 100 miles per hour in this area. With the eye being a little bit further west than forecasted, the wind should be at least a little bit calmer here, but even then it's pretty strong still. And on top of that, rainfall upwards of 10 to 20 inches is still possible here. Hey, fair for the $10 super chat. Where's the hurricane the strongest, most dangerous? It's going to be close to the eye, right near the eye wall. Huge shout out to the Tempest with the $100 super chat. Here so you can get some good dinner when you have a break. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much for the generosity.
All right, let's go ahead and move it on to another channel here. Let's go back to Ryan. Here we go.
View with the plus, I can view both the infrared, and the visible satellite at the same time. So it's stuff like that that you'll get access to with the Plus. Not necessary, but it's cool, and it is going to help you monitor the storms better.
Wow, that's so cool. But Jamaica, you're in it now. It's showtime.
And to tell you about the planes again, the planes are not in the WeatherWise app. They will be. But they're not right now. And just to give you an update on that, the reason we're not talking about them right now is because they're not in the eye. They're still turning around. We just got a location update on this one. It's north of the island. It's going to turn around and get another pass here soon. The other one, I think this one's going home. This one aborted the mission because they got way too shaken up in that last pass.
Wow.
They exceeded the G-force limit.
Wow. This storm is very strong. What a strong storm.
But another free feature of WeatherWise is the cameras. You can pull these up yourself. As long as they're working, you'll be able to watch these for the duration of the event. There's 300 of you guys watching this one right now. There's 300 of you guys watching the Westmoreland one right now, even though it's down. Yeah, so you get up to 100 historical frames with the Plus as well. And you can turn on and off smoothing. So you can smooth the data to make it look better. So I'm just trying to, like, a lot of people are asking about this. I'm trying to get this out of the way before we get into full news mode and landfall mode. I honestly need to do like a full video just going over all of that stuff and just refer people to that. Because it's becoming a very rich app full of stuff.
All right, let's pause this here and let's check this out over here because I think I got like a little news feed. Let me set it up. Little wake and bake, little local news. We gotta talk about the storm. See what they gotta say. Give me one sec. Trying to figure out and get all these videos out. Get them all set up here. Okay. Let's make this one big. Let's watch.
Good morning, everyone. We are live on WFSB Plus. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Jill Gilardi. Want to go more in depth with you. Of course, we're going to be talking about Category 5 Hurricane Melissa. Melissa is getting very close to making landfall. Just to give you a little perspective right now, it is the 8th strongest on record, just surpassing Katrina. The next strongest would be Camille. So it has been moving up there. And it's based on the lowest pressure, the strength. So I want to show you first, before we get into kind of the graphics, just that live view that's going on out there right now. This is out of Kingston Harbor. You can see the ocean very angry there. The visibility is very poor. Things are moving around. Now, Kingston is on the far eastern side of where the actual eye will be making landfall. As we take a look at where the eye of this destructive hurricane is located. So you have the southwestern part of the island. You have Black River there, and you also have Bull Savannah. This is Savannah. This is getting very, very close. So the worst of the weather right now is impacting those areas, the southwestern part of the state. The eye wall is moving in as we speak. A lot of lightning around that eye. It is very strong. It is very healthy. So it's less than 30 miles away from making landfall. The eye itself, where the calmest weather is, you can actually see the ocean there through that view from space. That is stretching about 23 miles wide in diameter. So we have a lot of lightning strikes around it. Here's a look at the island as a whole, so you can see a little bit more in terms of perspective. You got Kingston farther off to the right, but they're going to get a ton of storm surge. They're still going to get a ton of rain. They could even see spin up tornadoes. That happens on the eastern side with these feeder bands that are going into this major catastrophic hurricane. And of course, we have in the direct path, unfortunately, we have, as you can see, Mandeville, Montego Bay in that zone. The western part of the island will see the absolute worst with this particular hurricane. So again, this is going to continue its journey off to the northeast. There are those feeder bands we talked about on the far eastern side. So this is going to continue to lash the island all over it. But the worst of the weather is where that eye tracks, and that is going to be across the western part of the island. As we kind of take another view, this is also showing you the stats. And so you have Jamaica. You have, obviously, look how symmetrical. Those are all very tall thunderstorms around the eye of the hurricane. So the brighter the color, the taller the tops are, the colder they are. That's why we are seeing with this infrared imagery, why it has those colors that you're seeing. 175 mile per hour winds, that's sustained. We have gusts over
Okay,
that.
this is an older video, so I'm gonna go back to the live because this thing is about to make landfall at any moment. So give me 1 second, and we're gonna go live. Let's see what it shows. We need. Okay. Just trying to see where I could find. Let's go back to Ryan here.
All right, let's go through these. Pulling up the WeatherWise app again, just zooming in here to watch the landfall unfold.
That little area right there is going to be
side.
Destroyed.
Just unbelievable stuff. It's still pretty much a perfect circle as the eye comes ashore.
Perfect. I'll tell you, Kingston got so lucky.
Hey Ryan, as we narrow down our
But the western part,
corridor here, some of my
forget about
largest
it.
concerns are now this eastern side of St. Elizabeth Parish, Treasure Beach, and to the north and east. This sort of plain along the southern Jamaica is pretty heavily populated, but like spread out. There are a lot of people here, and I think that Treasure Beach will experience a lot of the eye wall impacts and winds. So I have a feeling that all of these neighborhoods here and streets with houses everywhere,
a lot of people on this side of the island didn't
dozens of
evacuate.
miles inland are going to be some of the main concerns in terms of our wind damage, which will be highly localized. The wind damage part of this is going to pale in comparison to the rainfall related damage from landslides, mudslides, flooding, storm surge, etc. and it's just I don't know, but I just wanted to say that I'm starting to hone in on some of like the different sorts of damage we might observe and how to understand that, because there's just going to be millions of people digesting this information as it comes out over time. I don't know
Oh my
how
god.
fast it'll come out, because we'll likely lose a lot of communications with the island, and it'll take people time to get there, and it'll be dangerous, or all sorts of
Yeah,
things to
all the roads
consider.
are gonna be
But
gone.
I just want to start thinking about how are we going to adequately and accurately digest this information so that we can just prevent as much misinformation as possible from spreading during a disaster like this. That's always going to be one of my number one goals, is just make sure that the information is good and sound and accurate, and we understand what's happening, and we can relay that as such.
Mute. Thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill, for that update. Once again, if you're just now tuning in, landfall is happening now, and we are also about to get another pass from a hurricane hunter, I believe. So that will bring that to you as well as that comes out. We've got, we're really trying, a lot of you guys are suggesting live feeds to show. We're trying our best to get them pulled up here. So we're trying to contact the owners of those cameras, and we will get them up. We do have working cameras again in Kingston, so that's good news. So we've got
This is crazy.
coverage there still, but right here where landfall
makes
is happening,
landfall,
we're
and it's
basically
in Jamaica.
just listening. We're
I'll wrap
following
up
a
the
couple
show
people
around
who are
12
relaying
o'clock.
text
I'm not gonna be on here
updates.
for too long.
There is no live stream from Josh.
'Cause I got things.
But
to
the
do.
last that we heard from Josh was, let me refresh here. Yeah, crashing sounds like an explosion, wreckage flying down the street, trees bending way over, very unpleasant pressure in the ears. And he's saying that
Wow.
from right here.
Wow.
Right in here is where he is. So that's the eye. That's the eye wall coming through. This is it. It's happening now. Landfall is happening. This is going to be the biggest part of the storm. This is going to be the most damaging part of the storm over the next several hours as this comes in. The strongest winds are very tightly packed right in here, and they're just now coming onto shore.
People have business. All that is gone. Imagine.
So surprisingly, based off of what I'm seeing on Twitter and in chat and stuff, we actually do have, quite a few people from Jamaica watching. So help me out here. Type your parish if you're in Jamaica, or even just something as simple as South Coast, North Coast, Island, Interior. Help me map where you are in real time to kind of get a gauge on who's watching and where from. Also, just so everybody knows, 892 millibars. That's where we are with the pressure. A lot of people ask that when they first come in. 185 mile per hour winds. So that nothing's changed there, but we are going to get more data from these planes as they take another pass here soon. So once the eye passes, we're probably not once the eye passes, but once we get in the eye, once people like Josh are in the eye, we're probably going to get some sort of update about the damage. So that's when we might be able to relay some sort of information about that. But remember, after the eye goes by, there's going to be another hurricane, essentially. Another whole half of the hurricane's got to go through before this is truly over. And it's still moving very, very slow. The eye is going to be making landfall here within the next 45 minutes, and it's really going to start crossing onto shore in about 10 minutes.
10 minutes for landfall.
Okay, so they're not going to go in again. Both of the planes are moving away from the storm now.
Yeah,
they're not going to do another pass while it's over land.
This is it. Let me go heat up my coffee. I'll be right back.
Yeah, landfall's happening now. We are currently, it's 10:58 local here in the East Coast of the United States. And we're just waiting for more information to come in. Another reminder, we've got quite a few people in here now. We're going to be here relaying this news and information as it comes in real time. We've got no filters, right? There's no producer. There's nothing lagging the information, right? So we're going to be relaying this in real time as it comes out. If you think that's valuable, if you think other people might get value from that, just another reminder, please share this out there on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, wherever. And also like the stream here on YouTube to get us up there in the algorithm. There's people who probably would benefit from the information we're about to give out that don't know about us, and we don't promote ourselves or anything like that. The only way people know about us is via you. So you don't have to do it, but it would be appreciated if you shared us out there. The eye wall is now on shore in Jamaica, and it's likely doing catastrophic damage right now. Communications are failing across the western side of the island, so we may not see many of the images for a while. Just going to be upfront and honest with you. If this was happening in the United States, we would have 87 cameras strapped to trees with Starlinks and everything else, giving you that kind of vantage point. We are not set up to do that outside of the United States yet. Okay. So we're dependent on people like Brandon Clement and people out there that are going to post videos and photos a little bit later. And we are trying to, get some more live feeds as well. But it's a copyright thing. We got to make sure we have permission and all that good stuff.
That's crazy, man. That storm looks so wild.
Yes, this is literally a stronger storm than Katrina. That is a fact. Will it cause as much of a humanitarian disaster, or will it be as bad as Katrina? I don't know. Probably, but nobody knows that. Nobody knows until it's over.
Mm.
Thank you, William. Shout out to you, William. Thank you.
Okay, let's go ahead and pause him here. Just come over here.
Two millibars, one of the most intense hurricanes soon
Wow.
to landfall in the Atlantic Basin in recorded history. Thanks for joining us. I'm Stephen Morgan alongside Bob Van Dillen.
Yeah, good to see you, buddy. And I'm watching this thing right now. I've been following your coverage all morning long. When you're talking about the third strongest ever intensity hurricane in the Atlantic Basin, and this is what we're looking at right now, ready to slam into Jamaica, this is a huge story.
Different league of its own. And watching how this thing has been able to, it's gotten closer to the island this morning.
It's even worse. Okay, we had a full-scale eye wall replacement. In fact, that eye is still 10 to 11 miles wide in diameter, and the pressure keeps on dropping now that it's even getting close to land.
Yep, we're going to see it perhaps this hour
Stronger.
or next hour.
Never eye wall
showing the
replaced.
live looks around the island from the west side to the east side. Kingston Harbor has been a reliable camera that we've had this morning. The winds haven't quite reached hurricane force at the international airport there, Norman Manley, but we have had tropical storm force winds throughout the morning. I should mention the airports throughout Jamaica, they're closed. People hunkering down. In fact, the National Hurricane Center telling people within the eye wall, this is their last chance to protect themselves. They need to get inside the most sturdy structure. It's wild to see those white caps on Kingston Bay. We have high tide too, Bob, that's coming up later at about 3:30 in the afternoon. Maybe a little bit of surge, but clearly where this eye is, that's where the surge is going to be worse on the eastern side.
We still got the winds on the other side, though. You can see the white caps out there in the bay. And listen, that's about as bad as it's going to get for you right around Kingston. But as you move up to the north, it's going to get towards Montego Bay. And that's the area that we're concerned with once it makes landfall, which will probably be within the next couple of hours.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to see this thing move over the island all today, and we could actually have a second landfall in Cuba before midnight tonight. We'll have to see.
Wow.
I mean, it was noteworthy because you mentioned it too with the update. That speed has increased just a little bit, but it's one of these sites, and I don't know, I've just been stuck on enhanced and visible, toggling between both of them right now. Hard to get reliable wind measurements here in Jamaica.
Two areas, one in Montego Bay, one in Kingston. Those are the reliable areas. So it's going to go towards Montego Bay, but we haven't had an update from there in about a couple hours. So
no, you're right. We're really relying on Hurricane Hunter data as they continue to drop these drop zones down into the storm.
Look at that picture right there. This is the infrared satellite imagery. It is a perfect circle. I mean, it is not deviated in the last 24 hours. If you look at it, if Jamaica wasn't there, it's a beautiful storm to look at. But you zero right into that region, and you can see The edge of the eye wall now getting very close to land. Now, you talked about it before. When you make the landfall, the center of the eye has to go to land.
Yeah.
I still think that's about an hour away at least.
Yeah, that's
Black
the
River.
other thing, and perhaps maybe the illusion that we've got.
Black River's right
brought it
here.
up, how the coastline here in Jamaica,
It's
jumps
way up the
north, and
coastline.
so it really gains a little more latitude there. So that might allow the eye to stay over water. Bob, you've seen the
Treasure Beach is going to be destroyed
yesterday. Wall, this from what we have today. I'm sure that the hurricane hunters, a few of them, are probably filming what's going on right now. But yeah, you see that clear as day, that stadium effect.
I was doing the measurements right there with the visible. You put the measurement tool on right there, and at the bottom right there, you can see the darker shade. All right, that's the Caribbean Sea. Okay, that's the water. You're looking straight down the gut into it. That's about 10 miles, and then you measure the top part. It's about 20 miles. So it's shaped like a funnel. That's your stadium effect right there, and that's exactly what you're thinking. This is what you call it when you call stadium effect, and it is absolutely clear inside that thing, sinking air. It's higher pressure inside that eye itself, just unbelievable.
Yep, that's the point right there. So clearly the eye wall beginning to move ashore somewhere between White House and Treasure Beach in Jamaica. We have a live look for you. We've been taking the Spanish Town camera. This is just outside of the capital of Kingston. Every square inch of Jamaica is going to feel the effects of Melissa. No doubt about that. And the National Hurricane Center, they've been stressing this. They said within the eye wall, total structural failure is likely. In addition, we've got the catastrophic winds, storm surge, flooding is going to be destructive.
Yeah, so that's what we got. Fox Weather correspondent Robert Ray joining us live from St. Anne Parish in Jamaica. Robert, been watching you all day along with Jared Maloney out there on the
Not
deck.
bad.
Looks like the rain's starting to pick up on you for sure. Right now, the beginning stages of the downhill effect, it's headed right towards you.
Bob and Stephen, it sure is. We've got consistent rain at this point. This will go on for hours upon hours. No significant wind here yet, but obviously, yeah, that is coming with this 185-mile-an-hour landfall that is imminent, going to happen shortly in the next hour to the southwest of us. And we are essentially in north-central Jamaica, as you said, in St. Anne Parish, about 50 or so miles to the east of Montego Bay Airport, where all the resorts are, where so many tourists are hunkering down in boarded up hotels, resorts, or rental homes like where we're at. We're in a rental home, a fortified structure. We think this is the best place to protect us. We think this is a place that we can document this historic storm coming in. But some new numbers out of the Jamaican government here, about 35% of the island is out of power at this point, and about 25% of cell phone service is now down. That is only going to get worse and deteriorate. I expect fully for our power to go completely off at some point this afternoon. We've been in and out since last night on the power. I also expect communications to go down, unfortunately. The roadways are going to be seriously compromised in this part and all over Jamaica. But so many of the restaurants and businesses and small homes on the shore, just about a quarter mile from us here on the Caribbean Sea, that roadway lined with people's livelihoods. I hope that some of them survive this. But to the southwest, in the Bread Belt Agriculture Center of Jamaica, so much will be in ruin, and so many lives changed forever and history made with this storm. The anticipation has been overwhelming for the nearly 3 million residents of Jamaica over the past 4 to 5 days. The government has opened up shelters on high ground. They've removed people from the shorelines in the southern area, and with the hope that everybody did evacuate. If they did not, I don't know how you survive it in the area where landfall occurs. We expect a complete degradation of the landscape here at some point later today, with flying debris and power outages and anything of hell that you can possibly think of at this point. I just had a discussion with the crew moments ago, my photographer, Jared, and then our security team here, and I asked everybody to please call or send your loved ones messages now. Right now is the time, as at any point we could lose communication. We will survive this. Many people will survive this, but it is going to be perhaps the most difficult period of anyone's life here in Jamaica. and the aftermath could be as catastrophic and devastating as the impacts of Hurricane Melissa. Guys?
The concerning thing too, Robert, because as we look at these winds and we're seeing how this thing has maintained its strength, the fact that the NHC has been talking about it, how in the mountains the winds could be even stronger.
Yeah, that I'm talking about. He's in the east side. They're not on the west side.
A tornado. Brian Norcross mentioning that when you account for the gusts, this is like an EF5 tornado.
Absolutely, and to consider that verbiage is scary. I can't tell you guys. There is a shake to me right now, and I feel very, very nervous and anxious about what is to come. And you know, Jared Maloney, for our viewers that are just tuning in, you know, on the ground with me, meteorologist, scientist, just said that there's a possibility, you know, that this canyon, this wall could go across the entirety of the island. And if that's the case, I mean, usually there's a dissipation upon land. But when you have a storm that is this strong, it is, all bets are off the table. And the rain consistently falling again. Thankfully, we don't have the wind, but there comes a point where the emotions are going to take over, and you're just going to have to hunker down and realize there's no way out, and everyone's going to have to protect themselves and everybody they love here.
Yeah, wow. The concerning thing too is that those winds extend now 30 miles out from the center. That's been maintained. Yeah, we haven't really seen that eye wall replacement cycle, so the intensity is going to remain the same, and this thing's going to emerge still as a powerful Category 4 hurricane, even if it's done with Jamaica, and then it's going to move into Haiti. All right.
Yeah. Then you worry about the rain too, Robert. You're going for 40 inches of rain, highest elevation. So yeah, wind, rain, storm surge. Category 5, a storm that I'm sure that you've never been in a storm this strong before, and it's coming right for you.
No. No, I will never experience anything, I don't think, like this, maybe again in my lifetime. I hope I don't.
Yeah, let's hope
certainly.
not.
I mean, I've been in a lot of storms dating back to, 2004 season with Charlie, and then 2005, the hell of Katrina. But I think this may take everything, guys.
Yeah, and it's widespread rain, too, because you're far removed from the eye right now, but that's beginning to move ashore, and it's only going to grow more and more intense. All right, Fox Weather correspondent Robert Ray for us in St. Anne Bay. Appreciate that, Robert. Jamaica going to get the brunt of Melissa as it continues to bear down. The eye wall already moving ashore. You see how it's just right along the coastline. Our continued live coverage continues after the break. We'll be right back.
Okay, so while they go on their break, let's check out the inside of this hurricane. This is what it looks like in the inside. East. So enough for that hot water. It needs to happen. Now the waters are going to be way too hot. So hurricane 2, they exhaust the heat from the waters, deep waters, and they bring up from the bottom to the top, and it stabilizes the water temperature. But when you have the water temperature way so high, you have a Frankenstein hurricane here that it's feeding off water and feeding off those high, like 87, probably like 87, 88 Fahrenheit. It's incredible. It's incredible. Look how it looks. Look how it looks like the stadium effect. Look how like all white all around the wall of the eye. That's incredibly strong. You see, it's just like all white. It's like a wall of clouds, and within those clouds is a very strong wind that is pushing these clouds. It's Mother Nature. It's very unique, and hurricanes are fascinating. And this is a video. I think it was yesterday when it went in there. Look how healthy it looks. Like, look how it is all the way to the top. That's the state. That's what they call stadium effect. Let's see if you guys can catch that. As soon as they come back, we'll switch over. That is so wild. Look how that wall, they fly right into it too. You couldn't pay me to get into that thing to go through what they go through. Hell no. That's just like a bad experience. Yeah, with those things and flying it through a hurricane. Like, I would look at the wall. This is another time they went in and looked. Wow. It's wild how it just fascinates me. It really does. It's just like it feels like another world when you're inside this eye, and it looks so mesmerizing. It looks like it's so soft and gentle, but yet dangerous and killer. Like, that is so amazing. And it's feeding off of that hot water. That's why the storm hasn't slowed down. All right. Let's see here. I'm still waiting for them. They're gonna be coming out of the commercial soon. Okay, here we go. Let's break it out through here. Let's bring it over here.
Back here live on Fox Weather as we continue to watch the eye of Hurricane move ashore, making that landfall imminently along St. Elizabeth's Parish. We also have vantage points from Kingston, where we are tracking the possibility of us getting into that high tide around 3:30 or so later this afternoon. Tropical storm force winds, they've already been felt and measured across the island from Montego Bay to here in Kingston, Jamaica, where the airports are closed. But we've had those wind gusts reported up to 60 miles an hour. But with that eye now moving ashore, we know that those winds are going to skyrocket. Just like we've seen throughout the morning, that pressure, the lowest pressure that we've seen from Melissa is down to just 892 millibars. Wanted to make note of it too, as we've got the hurricane hunters, which are now leaving the storm. They've been flying into it as it approaches that landfall. And as we have the eye wall that's moving, we've got the Air Force as well as NOAA going back to their respective places. But what a journey that they have seen. We'll be interested to see some of the data you can see that we have from them right now. But this storm itself, as it has been picking up intensity as it's approached land, the messaging in large part has remained the same. And the National Hurricane Center telling folks now is the last moments that you have to protect your life. if you're going to be found in that eye wall. We want to bring in Fox Weather hurricane specialist Brian Norcross now, as he's been analyzing it too. Brian, we got to go back to Dorian. The last time that Category 5 made landfall, it was 6 years ago, and as you had brought up, the winds the exact same with Dorian, 185.
Yeah, and it was stationary over the Northwest Bahamas, which was unbelievable. I mean, I hesitate to say at least this one is moving, but the big difference between Dorian, as horrendous as that was, and this one is in Jamaica, you have these tall mountains. And so the mountains exaggerate the wind, and they create so much more rainfall that all runs downhill into the towns that are near the coast. And by the way, the dropson, what it's called, an instrument package dropped out of the aircraft, measured 250 mile per hour winds, something less than 1,000 feet above the ground, which is relevant in an island where you have mountains. So this is just a spectacular meteorological phenomenon that we're witnessing here. The official wind speed at the surface of the Caribbean Sea and at the surface of the land there, 185 miles per hour, spectacularly low pressure, third lowest pressure ever measured, actually, and northeast in an Atlantic hurricane, northeast at 9 miles an hour. So you can see here the system moving north, and notice that it is jogged a little bit since the 11 o'clock advisory, a little bit to the left, which is really terrible for the town of Black River. Let's look at that close up. And there you see this spectacular satellite. As the 11 o'clock position would be about here, and it's kind of going a little bit due north. Well, what's bad about that for Black River is that here's the circulation.
Yeah,
so the wind is coming ashore here.
The storm
and
surge.
So it's just pushing the Caribbean water into that kind of bay where Black River is. The farther left it gets within reason, the worse it is, because you get that onshore, continuous onshore wind pushing water into that town. We're very fearful about what's going on in the city there. The good part of the town is elevated a bit, so away from the storm surge, but right along the coast, obviously that's going to get just obliterated with up to 13 feet of storm surge in this area right in here, where the worst of it will be. You also have storm surge in these bays over in here and over here, and then this is Kingston way over here, but this is the core of it, coming ashore right in there. All right, so here's the timing. We're 11 a.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Jamaica time right now, and thinking that the landfall is going to be in an hour to 2 hours, somewhere in that range. Looks like by noon Eastern time, 11 local time, it will have made landfall as a Category 5 somewhere near Black River and Treasure Beach in southwestern Jamaica. Then moving across the island, so by this afternoon here you can see the corridor right here of hurricane force winds, and then these are the hurricane force gusts. So this is not a huge hurricane. It's going to be more like a giant tornado going across those mountains, and I'm sure we're going to be able to see where it went from the satellite when this is over, just like you see in a tornado, and then moving away. And so by 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. local time there, looks like the hurricane force gusts should be departing the coast up there where Robert Ray is, up in St. Anne's Parish, up on the northern coast near Ocho Rios, and then it moves away. So by 2 a.m. the winds are dying down, and people can begin to recover, although it's likely there will be no power in Jamaica overnight tonight, so probably not until tomorrow morning will people be able to go out and look. And here, this tells you the real threat there in the Black River area. You see this bullseye up in here in the couple of foot range, so 1.5 to 2 feet. Another one over here. We have another one sort of over the Kingston area. So the rain falls in the mountains. It all has to come downhill. Either has to go north or it has to go south, one or the other. And this is not called Black River for nothing over here. Let's look at that. And here you can see, look, see the low area all in there? That includes the river. So this is storm surge going in here, and this is rainfall in these mountains coming out here. And so this is, prone to major storm surge flooding there. How much that affects the town and what part of the town, certainly some of the town, but part of that is indeed elevated there. And then you have this coastal area here, Treasure Beach, where again, the rain is coming down the mountain and the storm surge is going in. So it's all bad. There's absolutely everything is bad there. And then you have in Kingston, here's the drainage coming out of Kingston is right in there. So the rain is going to come down and through the city and it ends up over here. Same story here in Portmore, rain coming all down into this drainage area right there. But exactly how much that the drainage systems can handle in this case, that's an open question. Fortunately, they're not going to get the worst winds in Kingston, but between the rain and the surge holding the drainage back, we'll have to see how significant the flooding situation is there. So there's the issue with the storm surge. Here's the storm here. There's actually this model is not too good because there's where the hurricane center is. So the storm is actually over here. So the storm surge coming in here into the coast. This is the part I was telling you about down to Treasure Beach down there. Was just going to be devastated with incredible storm surge and flooding coming from the land. Just amazing. And then over here in Kingston, which holding the water in, so we're going to get storm surge in there, just the winds aren't as strong, so it's not going to be as bad, but that's where all the people are. So this is still a mixed message, sort of. All right, looking ahead, we have the hurricane warnings here for eastern Cuba and the southeastern Bahamas, tropical storm warnings on the edges there. Here's the story in Cuba, forecasting 115 mile an hour wind after it goes over the mountains. So hitting harder than that as it goes ashore there in that mountainous area of extreme eastern Cuba. Guantanamo Bay here is going to be affected by this overnight tonight. And then by tomorrow evening, working through the southeastern Bahamas. Here, this is well south of Nassau up here. So Nassau not affected, Turks and Caicos on the edge of it, tropical storm warnings there. It's mostly here in this core southeastern Bahamas. Not too populated, but south of the Exumas, you still have towns there for sure. And 100 mile an hour to 90 mile an hour hurricane for Bermuda, but it's tough to tell whether the core of it, which be a fairly small core, is going to hit this small island here. You have to get pretty unlucky to have that happen. But it's really all about Jamaica today. This incredible event that we rarely ever see is happening here right in front of us. That no sign of this storm weakening. As a matter of fact, the eye is growing. You might have seen it's up to about 17 to 18 miles wide now. So that just the whole idea that the bigger the storm, the more storm surge it puts at the coast, because it's like not using your hand, it's like using your arm to push water in the bathtub. You push a lot more water with your arm. So the bigger the diameter of the eye, the more storm surge gets pushed in there. And unfortunately, that eye is growing just a bit, up to about 17 miles at last report. Guys?
Yeah. Brian, we're looking at it right now. Relatively speaking, the storm itself is pretty compact. You got hurricane force winds out 30 miles from the center, and the Category 5 is only, right around the eye wall itself. Since it is a smaller storm, is it more susceptible to getting messed up by the mountains of Jamaica before it exits back into the water and goes towards Cuba?
Yeah, you would think so, although it's not super small, and it is what's called an annular hurricane, where you don't have big bands coming in and feeding it. It really is more of a disc in and of itself, and those kinds of storms are much harder to disrupt. Once they get going in that form, they continue and are much less susceptible or subject to wind shear and other negative factors. So Hurricane Center is thinking that this is going to survive its trek over the mountains, weakening some, but still be a fearsome storm all the way into the Caribbean on the north side of Jamaica.
Yeah, it's like a bowling ball with a hollow core as opposed to a big donut.
Yeah.
Right? The annular hurt.
And I mean, we're only looking at the past 45 minutes or so, but that thing wanting just to hug the coast, it's remarkable to watch as we're approaching that landfall, but it's still half of the eye has to be over land, right, Brian, in order for that landfall to be technically accounted for. We get it in the noon hour, you think, Eastern time?
Yeah, I think it'll happen between noon and 1 now because it's taking this wobble to the left, so kind of in some sense parallel to the coast. I mean, it could wobble back to the right, but this, you know, when you get down to these fine details like this, a wobble can make the difference between putting devastating and an area and not.
Black River,
just a slight wobble because
so
of the full thrust of the storm surge comes in one place. The difference between 10 miles or 20 miles over can be a completely different thing. Like in Black River, you have the town and the river, and then you have this kind of nature area where nobody lives, and it's a big drainage area. So, you know, if it goes in there, it's sort of who cares as opposed to going right into the town. So just the slightest difference on the width of the river can make a tremendous difference in the effects.
It's continuing to maintain its strength, too, as of the latest advisory. All right, Brian Norcross, appreciate, as always, the analysis. A Category 5 hurricane about to make a landfall. Our coverage of Hurricane Melissa's landfall and the journey to the Bahamas, as we just highlighted, it continues after the break. We're going to leave you with a live look. Kingston Harbor, Jamaica, where around the harbor we have had mandatory evacuations. Those were instituted earlier this week. Now we're dealing with that landfall, which is imminent just west of Kingston. We're joined again at the bottom of the hour with Fox Weather correspondent Robert Ray. He's on the north side of the island. Stick around for that. We'll be right back.
That's just going to be a wild time. But Kingston's not going to be bad. Kingston really got lucky, to be honest with you. Let's go ahead and let's see what they got to say here. I think they're going on commercial.
Code on your screen or head on over to foxweatherdeals.com. And joining me now is lifestyle expert Courtney Kaysen to introduce us. Listen, Courtney, if you have a car, this.
Yeah, no, thank you. That's what I'm like, no, thank you. Let's check this here. Oh, this video is unavailable. Okay. Let me see. What's going on here? Let me check this over here. So I can take it live. See, but where they're at, it's not that bad. You know what I mean? It's not bad at all. Let me see if I can get something else over here. Okay, let's go here. Let's just tap into max velocity.
I want to point out that the timestamp at the top right on this camera is in their local time. Local time in Jamaica is technically 10:32. My clock is 1 hour ahead technically for Jamaica. Jamaica does not change time zones, so. There are actively no more aircraft recon expected to fly into Melissa, at least right now. We'll probably have another one after it passes Jamaica. But none are actively forecasted to go right into the hurricane right now.
Okay, we'll come back to this in a moment. Let's keep it moving. Let's check this one over here. It's Ryan Hall. Let's go to Ryan Hall. The storm's about to make landfall. It's already starting to touch land. Part of the eye is starting to touch land.
It's
Right
really
here.
interesting to hear what he's going through. He's in Crawford on the western side of the eye
Starting to
wall.
touch land.
38 seconds ago, he says, 10:25 a.m., frightening power, whiteout, roofs tearing off, gusts like bombs going off, painful ears. Praise the Lord for solid concrete, is what he says.
Wow.
So Josh is currently in the middle of the storm. He's not able to get a live feed out, but he's live tweeting his experience. And once again, roofs tearing off, gusts like bombs going off, painful ears. And he's on the western side of this the storm as it comes in. Honestly, the northern side. So he's about to be in
White
the
House.
eye. And he might be right now, and that's why he's able to get that update out.
Let me see. White House.
The winds are getting much stronger over here in Kingston as well. We're starting to see some more of that water come in
White
with the
House.
storm surge. Not going to be as
wow,
terrible over there as
what
it
an
is farther
area
to the west, but it's still
hitting.
something that we're going to keep an
It's
eye
going
on.
straight to
We're starting to see some greater
House,
impacts in the
New Hope.
Montego Bay area as well.
First is going to be like the White House. That's what's called White House. And then the next town next to it is called New Hope. And the storm is going straight right into White House and New Hope. If that's not a sign, I don't know what is. It's going straight to White House and New Hope. At least the eye of the storm, where it's going to make its entry into Jamaica. I think it's going to end up landing in the White House.
I'll tell you one thing. I'm scrolling through Twitter or X, and I am seeing a lot of fake footage. So just to give you a heads up, there's some AI stuff floating around out there.
Yeah, I don't mess with that AI shit. Not with these type of storms.
So if you're just now tuning in, we've got a catastrophic hurricane landfall in a news relay as we get information. We're trying our best to get access to some of these live feeds, and there's not a lot of them. Just to be honest with you, there's not a lot of options out there, but we can't show anything without permission.
White House.
So we're working on that. The real, information that we're trying to get out right now is honestly
right now,
what just happened in
Black
Black River.
River.
I think that if we can tell that story, it's going to help us understand what to expect even downstream a little bit. So Betheltown, you're next, and then Montego Bay. Like this is going to hit pretty hard up there too. Hopefully, we can tell you what happened in Black River, so you can know exactly what to expect up there.
Oh, it's going to Montego Bay. Oh, this is going to destroy.
The winds are still at 185 miles per hour. The central pressure is still way down at 892 millibars as making landfall as the strongest storm in the Atlantic Basin to ever make landfall.
Thinking that it was going to hit.
Definitely, whatever's happening down there is definitely not good.
Storm changed direction and now it's going straight for Montego Bay. That's the worst case scenario. Oh my God. This is really a lot of people are going to end up being not good. But the fact that it's going to White House and then New Hope, that's incredible. I'm dumbfounded. Wow.
Should Cuba be worried since the storm isn't weakening? Yes, Cuba should be worried even if the storm does ultimately begin to weaken like we believe it will. because it's still going to make landfall at least as a Category 4 in eastern Cuba, south and west of Guantanamo. It'll be a devastating hurricane for Cuba, and I think that's being overlooked a little bit because of how bad this is in Jamaica. But just to be very clear, it is going to be bad in Cuba as well.
I got to take a picture of this. The landing of Hurricane Melissa here. It's going right. I wish you could zoom in a little bit more. Like right at the eye and show the White House and New Hope. And take a screenshot of this. I probably could use it for tonight show.
Yeah, and this guy that I'm reading updates from, Josh, he's been in everything. He's been in like 80-something hurricanes. He's been in all of the strongest hurricanes ever. And the fact that, he's kind of freaking out right now speaks volumes as to how strong the storm actually is.
Wow.
He is the hurricane man. Yeah, for sure.
I got a picture of the map where the storm is going towards White House and then New Hope. You can't make this up, man. This is going straight for White House, Jamaica. Oh my goodness. And it's the Westmoreland.
We do have Category 5 hurricane with 185 mile per hour winds moving in right now. It's eerie how quiet it is. There's no information coming out. Hopefully that's a good thing, but it's probably a bad thing.
Jamaica.
As soon as we start hearing something, I'll be the first to let you know.
To White House. They do have all these places are going to get destroyed. They have a supermarket there. There's a couple of villas, White House villas.
But for everybody asking about landfall, it still hasn't officially made landfall yet. We're waiting for that center part of the eye to make it onto land. And with a little bit of the northerly and northwesternly tick that it's taken, that might take a minute before that happens. Go ahead, Andy.
You got Ivy Cove, Beach Hotel
on the direct landfall
seafood
here.
restaurant and bar.
I am seeing that
the
we are actually
supermarket
weakening already. Specifically the dryness of the eye has moistened quite considerably, so it's cooled off just a bit.
Seafood.
This is a classic feature once the hurricane starts to make landfall and interact with land.
Villas.
We see the eye begin to cloud over somewhat. If it was completely clear or mostly clear while it was over the water, it will start to cloud over a bit as it becomes a little bit less stable in its heat engine that it's trying to maintain. So we're seeing that the first indication of a weakening phase upon landfall is that the eye is closing up just a bit, and we're seeing that cloud cover come in. So I'm not expecting this to intensify again all the way up to landfall. This is following the classic regime where even in the most upper echelon hurricane you can imagine, which we are watching live right now, which is just ridiculous on its own. This process will still occur. So it looks like we're on track with that. Not speaking about, the devastating impacts that are occurring right in the region as
home away from home.
All right, thank you very much,
Villas,
meteorologist Andy Hill.
Light today.
We are working on getting some updates for you.
All these places
are currently zoomed in on the Jamaica area using the WeatherWise app for those of you who want to follow along. Okay, I see it now, Jared. It's
South Sea View Guest House.
What are we waiting for on that?
All this area is all going to get
we have a receipt
destroyed. Foothill Beach, Luna Point.
Yeah, 185 mile per hour winds. The
Galaxy
overlay update?
Resort,
Oh, it did.
Restaurant and Bar, Foothill Nature Reserve,
All right, so we've
Black
been
River,
working on
Safari
getting some
Tours.
imagery. We do have a camera now in Montego Bay
A lot.
in Jamaica.
Montego Bay. They're gonna get destroyed. Montego Bay. Cause if it goes
Are we
straight
sure we
up
put
north,
well, it's working on the y'all
more
can.
northward, there's so many like areas here that's
So
gonna get
we'll be able to watch it come in as
destroyed.
it goes into Montego Bay for sure.
And if it hits Montego Bay, this storm is going to wreak havoc in Jamaica's economy.
Pull this
'Cause
up over
Montego
here.
Bay is a destination in Jamaica where a lot of
Bear with me,
people like
y'all.
to vacation.
Once again, keep your if you're
A lot
just
of
now
people
tuning
have
in, keep
timeshares
putting your location
in
in the
Montego
chat.
Bay.
I'm getting ready to show the map that we've been working on.
People go there for vacations every
map
year
out where everybody is.
at Montego Bay. Such dangerous storm. I'm looking at my maps here on my phone, so that's why I'm reading off the businesses that's along the coast there for the storm surge and for where the most devastation is going to be. All these places, there's all these places are going to be gone. I know this. They're gone. All of them are gone. They're going to be gone.
I'm having the hardest time ever here with this.
This is going to kill a lot of people. Because a lot of people didn't think that, like, they thought the storm was going to go towards Kingston.
Okay, yeah. So here is a
And
live
it
camera
didn't go
from
that
Montego
way.
Bay. The storm is
It
still
went-
pretty far away from here, but I think that it's going to be pretty intense whenever it goes over.
It's going to be
We're
crazy.
working hard to get access to all the cameras. We got to, some of them you got to pay for. Some of them you got to just get permission. We're working on that. But this is what it looks like live right now in Montego Bay as the storm approaches. We'll come back over here and we'll reload this. We'll try to get it to work over here one more time. And we'll just load up the satellite over here so we can keep track of that.
It's like
I think I'm going to take the recon down and we'll just focus on the cone and the path right now. And something interesting here is that
it's more north.
It is a little bit farther west than even the cone. It's eclipsing the cone a little bit there. So it's going to make landfall a little bit farther west than what we thought. It's probably going to be in White House. And once again, Black River, that's going to be where
White House and New Hope.
The storm
I'm
happens.
telling you,
And
White House is getting
Montego
hit.
Bay.
That's the first
it's coming
city.
up right towards you next.
It's going to get hit at
we've got
White
that
House.
live
Oh my
camera
God,
in place.
what a sign from God, right?
To help see it.
To go right to White House and New Hope.
So if you are just now tuning in, just to, I know if you've been here for 5 hours or 6 hours, however long, you've probably heard me say this a million times, but you got to remember, I've got to keep in mind that there are people constantly coming in, new people, right? This is a Category 5 hurricane making landfall now in Jamaica with 185 mile per hour winds, 220 mile per hour wind gusts, and a central low pressure of 892 millibars, the strongest landfalling hurricane in the Atlantic basin ever. And it's going to make landfall. It's doing destruction right now in White House and Black River. Next in line is Montego Bay. And this is what it looks like there. We do have a very high quality live feed from Montego Bay. And hopefully we'll be able to keep this for quite some time as the conditions worsen up here. So it seems like we do have a few people watching. in the Montego Bay area. So we'll be here with you as the storm continues to move in.
It's gonna. I don't want to use so much French, but it's gonna be over in Montego Bay later on, early this afternoon. They're gonna get hit hard. Montego Bay is going to get hit hard. They're gonna have the energy of a strong Cat 5 going to Montego Bay. Like, they're projecting the storm to be a Cat 5 on its way out of Jamaica and hitting Cuba.
Go ahead, Andy.
As a Category 5.
Hey, Ryan, with that latest northward wobble, we did talk about the southern facing coast for, where the largest and most significant storm surge impact would be felt. But now we should also focus on the northern coast here of Jamaica, here in the northwest Jamaica, since we have this storm now moving due north for a little while here. That means that areas around Montego Bay will be much closer to the direct line of path that the eye is taking. So we could see, again, some of those places that I talked about earlier take on more significant storm surge as the winds turn to the northwest and west into Montego Bay. So Seawind Beach, the Catherine Hall subdivision, and of course the international airport there, and immediate beaches along the northern coast to the north of Montego Bay. Those would be some of the areas that I start looking at a lot more closely now. The trek overland and start thinking about what the impacts will be on the north side.
White House.
All right, thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. Zooming in very close here, just to list off some more of these towns that are in the direct path here: Darleston, Betheltown, Cambridge, Maroontown, Kempshot, Montego, Freeport, Mount Zion. You know what's crazy is some of these town names are easier to say than towns here in the United States. In Mississippi. Thought I'd have a harder time. But this is what's happening right now. Unfortunately, we're about to get a deluge of bad reports in, I think, from the Black River area, White House, and areas around there. We've definitely had catastrophic damage done. And now that the eye is still there and it still looks very good. I mean, don't get me wrong. I think that we can kind of tell that the storm's weakening now a little bit. But the eye might be intact on the other side of Jamaica, which is crazy to think about. And that means that it's going to continue to be strong enough to do catastrophic damage all the way across the island. So even up there towards Montego Bay, where we've got people watching, you guys need to be getting ready, bracing for impact, because it's coming.
Wow.
That's what it looks like right now in Montego Bay. Conditions are manageable, but deteriorating quickly.
Wow.
How fast is the storm moving? About 7 miles per hour. Maybe a little bit slower than that. But about 7 miles per hour. And this camera, it's about, I would say, an hour and a half away from getting hit by the hardest part of the biggest part of the storm. Oh, yeah, this is definitely the strongest storm of the year, by far. As many as 1.5 million people in Jamaica could be impacted in a severe way, either losing power, being displaced, stuff like that. We still think that it's possible that more than 30 inches of rain are going to fall, which will lead to a catastrophic flash flood event, which we haven't even began to cover yet, other than our coverage of the Flat Bridge, which I think we still have that camera. Yeah. And the rain's really starting to come down here. We need to watch this because I think that the water will start coming up here soon. Click on it. So we saw the water levels kind of get normalized, but the rain's coming down again. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, one of the things that we were talking about earlier when we were focusing intently on recon was the drop sondes. And you said that a few times. Essentially, that's a dropped down radio sonde, and a radio sonde is like a bunch of instruments packaged together to measure recordings or to record variables like temperature, wind speed, and humidity, etc. So it's just this one little instrument device that is dropped down from the plane, does all of that for us. And one of those drop sondes, we glossed over it a bit, but people in the Discord server, of course, were attached to this, did measure a 219 knot, which is about, my goodness, 250 miles per hour reading. It did measure that reading. And it would be the highest reading ever measured by a drop radio sonde, so instrumentation from those hurricane hunters in any hurricane, if it does pass final quality control checks, and that's per internal NOAA employees. So they are looking at that seriously and seeing if it is indeed a legitimate reading, and if it does, then Melissa will have the highest instrumentation recorded wind speed in the eyewall for a hurricane.
Okay. Wow. Thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill. Here we go. The eye is coming onto shore now. It's still making that little bit of a northwesternly turn. It's taking its time. Once again, absolute chaos is being unleashed right now in the Black River community. I really dread hearing the reports that will ultimately come out of there. That town is not going to handle what's happening right now very well. Next in line, we do have Darleston, Betheltown, and places like Montego Bay. So we're going to be live on the air here as the hurricane continues to rip across Jamaica. On the western side, we still haven't seen a whole lot yet out of Kingston, okay? But we are continuing to cover that. We've still got cameras out in the Kingston area. The conditions will continue to deteriorate. And we'll let you know if anything, major happens over here. But this is what it looks like in Kingston right now. And we're kind of going to focus on the Montego Bay area. You can see that even just since the last time we looked at this camera, things have gotten a little bit worse. We've got some light damage to this house down here. You can see that parts of the roof are coming off. And the center of the storm, the part with the most destructive winds, is still pretty far out from this spot. So it's going to get much worse. I'm also hearing that the Southern Regional Health Authority is advising that the roadway at the main gate of the Mandeville Regional Hospital on Caledonia Road is flooded. There's an alternate access that can be gained through the gate at Hargreaves Avenue near Cecil Charlton Hall. Are there birds in the eye? I don't think we've seen any evidence of that yet. Normally, we would, whenever we've made that observation in the past, it's come from radar. But otherwise, I have no idea. And honestly, maybe not. But yeah, there's no way of telling without radar, really, or eyes on the ground.
It's gonna get scary. Real quick, Montego Bay, man. Kingston got lucky. Kingston got super lucky. The storm pushed more to the west. And that little push to the west, as slow as it was moving, like 2-3 miles per hour to the west, it bought so much space and real estate, and the storm just developed into a monster.
Get this working on this side again.
It's devastating the west side of Jamaica. There? People right now, as I'm speaking,
Jared, are you sure the link is in the HLS side and not the web?
A lot of people's lives are in danger right now because a lot of people were thinking that it was going to go to Kingston.
That's the only thing
They
I can think of
really
that would keep it
wasn't
from
like
popping up over here.
too worried too much on the west side, and now it's like the storm is going straight to the west side, and we're gonna hear some really bad experiences coming out of this side of Jamaica.
Yeah, I've got the audio turned up. I'll turn it down whenever we need to, but this is a live shot of the storm as it comes into Montego Bay, which is, the conditions there are already pretty bad. But it looks like it's going to get a lot worse. Remember, the strongest winds are way down here.
It's going to go right towards Montego Bay.
Several miles away from Montego Bay, but things are going to deteriorate pretty quick up here.
Yeah, it's going over through New Hope and White House. The White House, New Hope, I mean. Because White House is towards the bottom and then New Hope. Who's getting the worst
Jamaica
of the storm surge?
Activated over 800 shelters, but from what I'm hearing, many communities remain underprepared or unwilling to evacuate.
And
so it's too late now, honestly, for a lot of these communities. So all we can do is hope for the best for those people who decided to stay back.
Where Black River is going to get...
Not everybody has the opportunity or the ability to evacuate. But going to the free public shelters is something that everybody probably should take advantage of.
They're going to get the eye, and it's going to go straight up to Montego Bay. And it's going pretty quick now because now it's going north, so it's being pulled up. So it's going to be moving a little bit quicker. But the devastation is going to be unimaginable, especially for Montego Bay.
I think we're
Montego
getting
Bay
another
is a
advisory
big
update.
vacation destination for individuals that want to visit Jamaica for their first time.
Yeah, we've got an official update from the National Hurricane Center. A new advisory is out now. Special update from the National Hurricane Center. We've just received a special cyclone update on Hurricane Melissa, and the numbers are still staggering. Okay. The eye is now approaching the southwestern coast of Jamaica. It is about 30 miles southeast of Negril and 230 miles southwest of Guantanamo Bay in Cuba. And maximum sustained winds are still at landfall 185 miles per hour. That's upper end Category 5 catastrophic strength. Okay. The minimum central pressure is still 892 millibars, one of the lowest ever recorded in the Atlantic Basin. The movement is now northeast at 9 miles per hour. So this thing is getting it and digging it now. That's the fastest that we've seen this thing move, 9 miles per hour.
So it's moving faster.
Moving faster, but still not fast, right? National Hurricane Center, in their latest update, they said this is an extremely dangerous and life-threatening situation. Do not leave your shelter. When the eye passes overhead, it may look calm, skies may clear, winds may even stop, but it's a trap. The backside of the eye wall will slam the same areas minutes later with the same 185 mile per hour winds from the opposite direction. That can cause all kinds of problems with, knock down a bunch of trees, tear off a bunch of tin roofs and all this stuff, and blow it in one direction and then reverse the winds. Now you've got a bunch of loose debris and shrapnel flying around very easily. Arguably, the backside is sometimes more dangerous than the front side. If you are in southern or western Jamaica, stay in an interior room with no windows.
Businesses
we want to
around
have
there
concrete
too.
or masonry if possible, which a lot of Jamaican homes do. They build them better down here.
So much businesses
you want to put as many
around
walls
there.
between you and yourself and the outside world as possible. You want to cover yourself with a mattress, blanket, or heavy clothing. Wear a helmet if you have one. Stay away from doors and exterior walls, and do not move during the eye. Wait until the all clear is given, which may be several hours. And I'm talking to you in Montego Bay as well. I actually know for a fact that we've got several people in Montego Bay watching. This goes for you as well. It's going to be slightly weaker when it gets to the other side of Jamaica, but it's still going to be very powerful.
It's going to be Category 5. It'll probably be like by the time it reaches Montego Bay, it'll probably be like 160, 165 mile per hour winds, maybe 160 mile per hour winds. Still maintaining Category 5, exiting Jamaica, going towards Cuba. Montego Bay needs to prepare. Like, this is very fucking dangerous, and these people are. I hope they took this serious, and I hope they weren't underestimating because they were thinking that it was going to go to Kingston, and instead it's going to Montego Bay, and Montego Bay is going to get destroyed.
Yeah, there's still people driving around out here.
That
That's
is
pretty
wild.
crazy.
People are driving around.
I don't know. I think we've got a really good connection with this feed right here. I don't know if it'll be able to stay online through the whole thing, but if it does, this is going to get pretty intense right here.
Yes. That's wild.
How much of a tornado threat will this hurricane have? It's going to have a similar tornado threat as any other hurricane. Specifically, we would be watching the eastern side of the storm system, the southeastern side. Most of the tornadic stuff with this right now is over water. This might cause some problems in Haiti, in eastern portions of Jamaica, and of course Cuba as the storm goes north. We don't have tornado warnings, though, for Jamaica, and we don't even have radar really to view velocity or anything like that. So just build that into the general hurricane preparedness. You know, take shelter. You don't want to be outside. You want to be in an interior room, all that good stuff. It's unfortunate, but that's what we're dealing with here.
Cuba need to get their shit together right now.
What is the measurement on the top right of your
do their
screen?
final
That
shit.
up there is the weather intensity score. It really doesn't have much to do with the hurricane. It's just a number that measures the intensity of the weather right now in the United States. Think of it as a thermometer. The higher the number, the more intense it is. And what's crazy is that number is completely driven by Hurricane Melissa right now, and it's not even hitting the United States. So if you want to read more about the weather intensity score, it's on RyanHallYall.com if you want to read about that. It's an algorithm that we use. Yeah, so the camera that we're looking at right now is going to be hit very hard by this hurricane. It's currently just on the outside of it. The conditions will deteriorate pretty quickly here, but right now it's nowhere near Category 5 conditions. What we're seeing here.
It's gonna. Those palm trees are gonna be down. You see all those palm trees? There won't be no palm trees. The whole area is gonna be like really devastated. You know, because a lot of people underestimate hurricanes until they get hit and punched in the face by one. And Jamaica has never, ever got hit by a storm of this magnitude. 185 mile per hour, 892 millibar hurricane, Cat 5 hurricane. It's amazing. You know, that's all I can say is it's just freaking amazing. Let me see what else we got here.
Ellie says Black River's getting.
That's
Okay, yeah, there are some videos being sent out there from Black River.
okay. Let's go ahead and pause this for a second. Let's go over here. Ryan Hall. Actually, this is max velocity.
But again, the latest advisory is still saying that we have 185 mile per hour maximum sustained winds with wind gusts up to 210 miles per hour or 215 miles per hour. And then this is moving north-northeast, still about 9 miles per hour, and the pressure is at 892 millibars.
Wow, it looks like a
So this is still a
buzzsaw
very
in the
powerful
center.
hurricane right now that is moving.
The center looks
over
like a
Jamaica.
buzzsaw.
The worst of the hurricane, as a reminder, is in the eye wall. That is essentially anywhere in this area. So our eye wall is still pretty significant. That is where all of our Cat 3+ winds are going to be located. That is where significant rainfall is currently happening, and a lot of other problems as well. And so this hurricane's continuing to lift to the north. It's going to be speeding up as it continues to lift to the northeast. It has been wobbling off to the west, which has allowed this thing to stay over water for a longer period of time, which is a worse thing as it goes towards Montego Bay and eventually towards Cuba, because we're probably going to see this maintain at least Category 4 intensity. If not, it could be even a Cat 5 as it goes into Cuba late tonight and into
Wow,
early
look
tomorrow.
how strong
so
it
still a
looks.
very dangerous and truly a catastrophic hurricane that is going to be underway here for the next several hours, and especially even into tomorrow. This is back live in Treasure Beach. This is where we're seeing some of the worst impacts live.
Yeah, Treasure Beach is right next to...
It looks like we may have just lost
I was
signal
looking
for the
at
next
it
few
here.
seconds here. They just changed the camera view there for a moment. If I can crop this down just a little bit, maybe try to like zoom it in a little bit. You guys like that more, or do you guys like it zoomed out more? I think this might be better.
See, but in the grill, they talk about the grill, but in the grill it's
back to
a
being
little
live, by the
bit
way.
far
They give you for
off
the $50
towards
super chat.
the west. That's in the
Milton reached peak well before landfall, and
the
that
west
is
end.
one of the biggest differences between this and Milton.
This is
Melissa
going straight
is
for White
the
House.
most intense hurricane right upon landfall, basically.
Treasure Beach. There's Treasure
We have an
Beach
update
right
from the
there.
National Hurricane Center. This is the 12 o'clock update from the National Hurricane Center. Latest update. Melissa's eye is approaching the southwestern coast of Jamaica. Stay in your shelter. This is an extremely dangerous and life-threatening situation. Do not leave your shelter as the eye passes over, as winds will quickly and rapidly increase on the other side of the eye. Residents should remain in place through the passage of these life-threatening conditions. To protect yourself from wind, the best thing you can do is put as many walls between you and the outside. An interior room without windows, ideally one where you can avoid falling trees, is the safest place you can be in a building. You can also cover yourself with a mattress and wear a helmet for added protection as well. Once again, maximum sustained winds are still at 185 miles per hour as this approaches landfall, with pressure at 892 millibars.
Wow.
So nothing has changed there. It's still moving north-northeast at about 9 miles per hour.
Wow.
Hey, Don, for becoming a Maximum Velocity member. Huge shout out to give you again for the very generous super chat.
The guy's feeding off the water, man.
Unfortunately, again, this is not
Hot
made
water.
landfall yet. I say unfortunately because if it made landfall sooner, it would have been weakening sooner, but it has not yet done so.
Treasure Beach it's more towards
If we go
more
back a little
towards
bit,
the
that's what I'll show you guys what it
central.
looks like in the eye wall. This is about 30 minutes ago, but this is on this live camera in Treasure Beach. This is basically the conditions that we are seeing across the entire board inside of the eye wall right now. Is this right here. Again, very high winds. We've had power lines going down, tree branches going down, all that sort of stuff. This is still a sub 900 millibar hurricane, by the way. It's still very intense. This is back to being live. Hey, Jeff, for becoming a Maximum Velocity member. The hospital right now in Black River is actively being hit. This is the Black River Hospital, and this is right along the coastline. And again, we've already had multiple areas hit by destructive winds. But Black River Hospital is literally right on the coastline, and storm surge is forecasted to be up to 13 feet. And so all that water is pushing ashore right now, and it's only going to get worse over the next few hours. And as we already alluded to, too, the Sandals Resort is probably taking some major damage right now. This is obviously a very popular resort in Jamaica that is right on the beach. And with a northerly moving hurricane going right from the south to the north, like, this is the worst path possible for this resort. And it is probably taking a beating right now.
Yeah, Sandals South Coast. I see that.
Bungalows, you got all sorts of like little bars too off the shore and stuff like that. Like, this is a huge and very popular resort. That's also taking a direct hit from this hurricane. But the storm surge, again, is only going to get worse with time because of the winds being very strong on the south side of this hurricane. Once it's up towards Montego Bay, that is when really, really intense storm surge will really ramp up across White House, Black River, Santa Lamar, and also near Alligator Pond. Back over in Kingston, some of the worst storm surge will really just be within the next 2 hours or so. Was that hospital evacuated? I believe it was yesterday, if I remember correctly. So hopefully it was. This is live right now in Mandeville. This is Storm Chaser Bryce Shelton, Tornado Pagey. Winds have been pretty intense here. We're peaking at around 100-mile-per-hour winds. Shout out to Trudy with the 5 get to memberships. By the way, Treasure Beach, the camera that we've been looking at on and off, it's right about here. It's on like the eastern side of the eye wall. It was actually extremely close to being in the eye of the hurricane. Very close. But this area has just been getting hammered with really high winds. It's really been about it. This is about the peak intensity. It was right around here. This is about 50 minutes ago, but this was around the peak intensity of Melissa. They skipped for the super chat. If this makes landfall in Cuba as a Cat 5, do you know if there's ever been 2 landfalls as Cat 5 by the same hurricane ever? I don't know for sure. I'd have to look. But it would definitely be one of the only, if that. There are not very many hurricanes that make Cat 5 landfall twice. I mean, Dorian made landfall multiple times as a Cat 5. The Bahamas. That was obviously one country. Huge shout out to Zero Pass for the $50 super chat. W's in the chat for Zero Pass. Really appreciate that. Thank you also Lala for the super chat.
And that's in Treasure Beach. That's not even near the eye of the hurricane.
Any cameras from White House? Not that I'm aware of, no.
It was gonna go to Black. It was going to go
back to being live. I was behind. Back to being live, though.
It was going to go to Black River, but it moved more towards the north and a little bit west. It wobbled.
Back to Mandeville. A little bit more calm here, a little bit more tame. Winds are still
and it's going towards White House.
90 miles per hour. Mandeville is now directly parallel to the eye of Melissa.
Right, I think
it's going to go to definitely going to go to Montego Bay.
So somehow I got it to switch a network. That way we can have a stream again. But as you can see, conditions are really starting to go downhill here at the elevation in Mandeville. The roof is starting to kind of peel off of this building over here beside me, and there is tons of trees down and lots of power lines down across the city right now.
The power lines are coming.
I can hear the wind just howling.
$20 super chat. Appreciate that. Bryce, connection back. Pretty impressive. Thank you, NY, for coming over. And Colby for the super chat. Just woke up at a drop below 900 millibars and hasn't made landfall. It has not made landfall yet. Not officially, but the eye is starting to go over land. So it looks like right now on infrared imagery. Again, the edge of the hurricane has just, the edge of the eye, I should say, has just gotten onto the White House and out and down area. Eye of the hurricane, which is basically the center right here, that is where we are basically waiting for landfall. That would be landfall, like that would be the landfalling point. It's not over land yet, but we are very close to having it directly over land. Just west of Black River. Black River was kind of my prediction on where this would make landfall. It's just barely west of that in White House, and it's obviously gone much further to the west. It's been wobbling a lot here over the last 3 to 4 hours. It took a much more westerly path than we initially thought, and it's very close now to Savannah, Lamar, so much closer to that area than initially expected. It is, again, churning right now to the north, and it looks like Bryce is going through some more significant conditions again.
The Melissa really shifted to the west there. Hasn't even made an official landfall yet.
Thank you, Matthew, for the $10 super chat.
Shifted west. Even Treasure Beach is not going to get in the eye, but Treasure Beach is definitely going to be getting some extensive storm surge with that prolonged.
I've been saying it. It's going to the White House.
Hey, Frost for becoming a maximum velocity member.
It's going to White House, New Hope.
Let's take a look.
Like White House first, and then New Hope.
I mean, honestly, landfall.
Guys, this is a live stream. I don't know why people don't think it's live.
That is quite a bit west than what we were thinking even 2 hours ago.
Worst case is shaping up for Cuba. I agree. I 100% agree.
So hopefully this stream will hold up.
Back over to Treasure Beach, where the eye wall has continued to wreak havoc here. We have, I believe, the camera. Let me check and see. All right, the camera has been frozen for about a minute. Let's go back a little bit. But this one looked like a few moments ago in Treasure Beach. Treasure Beach, again, is dealing with over 100-mile-per-hour wind gusts. The Weather Service just said it's moving north-northeast now. It's not actually moving north-northeast. It's moving more due north.
Yeah, it looks like due north.
See the direction of the eye. It's basically been moving north for a little while. It might be starting to turn back to the north-northeast, but for a good amount of time here, it's been moving due north with a bit of a wobble.
Oh, I got a camera from Montego Bay. Hold on. He's going to be over here. I want to check this out here. This is from Montego Bay. And it has sound. It's out of Montego Bay. This camera is gonna be gnarly once the storm kicks up, which is gonna probably be like in an hour and a half, possibly like an hour. This area is gonna be rocking and rolling. go ahead and pause it here for a sec, and then let's go back to Ryan. Give me 1 second. Ryan Hall.
Down all the way to the surface, they can just blow right into the windward slopes of any of these hills, higher elevations in northwestern St. Elizabeth Parish and southern St. James Parish, maybe southwestern Trelawney Parish as well. All of these areas are starting to experience probably the worst winds of
White House.
of any area that will
I'll tell you what happens when I get landing
in Jamaica. So I'm expecting that to have started, which means accompanying that we're probably starting to get landfalls and mudslides,
White House
or landslides and mudslides. They're starting to dislodge rocks, and they might already be ongoing for all we know, because there is also pretty dramatic rainfall occurring simultaneously here. So we have to start thinking not only of just what's happening immediately on the beach, but also that we know that these landslides and mudslides are going to disconnect communities from access and cause some significant issues in these various elevations. So I imagine that is also ongoing now.
Freaking Jamaica, man.
Thank you very much. Meteorologist Andy Hill. We've got some major impacts happening here across Jamaica. Then one of the next big places that's going to be in line for some of those impacts includes Montego Bay, Betheltown, Anchovy. I think I'm saying that right. So we're going to be watching and waiting to see what happens there. We're also waiting for the news to kind of pour in from the Black River and the White House areas, as they're now pretty much fully in the eye. White House will be the place that where landfall officially happens once this part of the eye gets overland, and it's going pretty much due north here.
The landing on a Cat 5.
So landfall is happening now.
This right here is it's biblical. You know what I mean? If you landing a Category 5, one of the strongest in the Atlantic ever history, that since humans
200 plus mile per hour wind gusts.
And you get the strongest
Black River down to the Treasure Beach
to
area.
hit Jamaica, and the town that it hits,
and then
is
next
White
in line
House.
will be Santa Cruz, Betheltown.
And right next to White House is New Hope.
And then, yes, Montego Bay is in line as well. We've got a live feed for that. Let's actually check in with that and see if anything's changed. It looks about the same. We're still several minutes away from the worst part of the storm.
Camera.
About 240,000 people are without power now across Jamaica. That number will go up.
And tonight, Melissa will be slamming into Cuba. So we'll be continuing the coverage, I believe, tonight when I come back on here and do the nightly show. Won't be on for too long tonight because I do have an early appointment tomorrow. So I'm going to try just to do like a 2 hour, possibly 2 hour, 2.5 hour show.
Yeah, that number will go up. It's honestly pretty astonishing that it's that low right now.
Just in that area. Let's see what this one's going.
Oh, here's another just before the rain started. And that's what it looks like now.
And it's full of water now, look.
Oh, before?
That's wild, huh?
After. And I'm telling y'all, the water is going to get much higher than this. The rain is the rain that's going to cause the big flooding is just now starting in the part of the island that the tributaries for this stream start at. So we've been watching this rise all morning. It's kind of stabilized, but it'll get more intense here, I believe. This is not Kingston Harbor. This is the Montego Bay camera that we're looking at here. The bridge camera is showing 10:33 a.m. for some reason. The timestamps are a little off. And also, I was just a little bit behind there. It still looks pretty same. With at 11:28. Well, that's not right, but that I don't know if there's just a problem with that or if it's actually like an hour behind. That's the most recent frames coming into the live stream here.
Yeah, Montego Bay is the big city that is gonna destroy. Damn, man, that's crazy.
Extreme winds are racing through Black River in the St. Elizabeth Parish right now. We've got reports of roofs peeling off buildings as the eye wall of Melissa brushes by. Storm surge going to a drastic increase. The camera feed that we have up is in Montego Bay, which is several miles out from the strongest part of the storm, but should take a direct hit from the strongest part of the storm over the next hour or so. So we're going to bring that to you as the storm gets closer. Yeah, it might be a weird thing with
Let's go ahead and pause this over here. Let's go over and take a live feed from Fox Weather.
How close the center of the eye is to Jamaica. Once that crosses, it's an official landfall as a Category 5 storm. 185-mile-per-hour winds right now. Devastating. And that's all you can say. It's going to be weeks, if not months, before we figure out exactly the extent of the destruction. Watch it wobble up to the north. Let's get the latest from our hurricane specialist, Brian Norcross. And Brian, we've been watching this thing wobble. The pressure yesterday was in the 900 still. Now it's dropped down to the 890s. And this is just an intense storm, something I don't remember seeing.
Yeah, this is as strong a hurricane as you're likely to ever see. We've only ever measured one storm stronger. That was Hurricane Allen in 1980 at its peak, and it was not making landfall at that time. The only storm in recent time to be at this intensity was Hurricane Dorian, which did make landfall there in Great Abaco in the northwestern Bahamas in 2019. But the difference between the Bahamas and Jamaica is that Jamaica has mountains, which aggravate the problem of the wind. First of all, up in the mountains because the winds are higher. It's 185.
It's disrupting the hurricane.
It's up to 250.
You can see it's not as white as it was.
Mountain level where there are some towns up there. So, I mean, this is a tornado, is what this is. 30-mile wide, EF5 maximum strength tornado that's going to come in here and move across this island. So there you see the 185. Again, that's at the surface of the Caribbean. 892 pressure. There's only been very few storms like that on one hand that are down in that pressure range that we've measured. Obviously, distant past, we don't really know these things, although the 892 in the 1935 hurricane in the Keys was actually measured in the Keys. That was a landfall measurement on the ground, kind of measurement by a sea captain there. And northeast at 9. It is slowly accelerating, and it will continue to do that. Looking close up, the question is, when is it going to make landfall? Well, it makes landfall when the whole disk gets over the island. But I want you to look at the eye, and doesn't it look like the eye is shrinking just right now, just as it's getting near the coast? Now, sometimes that happens, and the reason is that the wind comes around like this, and then it hits the land and it gets deflected in because the friction of the land, that may be what's going on there. Sometimes we get intensification right at the coastline. We also see, though, that we're finally getting some disruption from the land. Look at the core of it here.
Look at how I was saying.
Kind of fragmenting some.
And
That's
look,
some
it doesn't look
disruption
as
from
bright white as
higher
it did
elevations
earlier.
as the air passes over that, comes downhill, drier air into the center. So hopefully this will start to weaken pretty soon, but it's not going to weaken really quickly, though. And here we have the visible picture. We're just looking down, just as if we were looking from space down into the eye. You can see swirling around there. There are little vortices in the eye swirling around. And the question is, when will that eye at the center get over the coast? Because it's kind of wobbled to the north here, which is a horrible thing, by the way, for Black River. You can see with the winds coming around like this, that's going to pile the water right into Black River, Treasure Beach, this whole coastline here in St. Elizabeth Parish there in Jamaica, and maybe even up to Westmoreland Parish, which is up where Negril is there on the west coast. All right, so there's where it is very, very close to landfall, unless it wobbles again to the left, so goes parallel, probably within the next hour or so. The National Hurricane Center thinking that it will maintain Category 5 status across
It has more to the right
here, even though there are mountains. It's moving along at a pretty good clip. And this kind of annular hurricane is like a perfect donut, is a bit resistant to breaking up. So we'll see whether it does that. But in any case, it moves away so that by 8 p.m. tonight, the tropical storm force winds, or the hurricane force gusts, are leaving the north coast about 8 p.m. And then we have just tropical storm force winds over the island in places. Remember, because of the mountains, you don't have uniform winds. It's not like a flat place like Florida or the Bahamas or something. Here, the mountains protect some areas, enhance other areas. So the idea is that later this evening, winds are dying down. And then it's pretty much gone overnight. And if they have any power to be able to see what's going on, they'll be able to go out and look. But
it's way more like this way, because it's way more north.
It's going to be widespread.
So it's going this way
across the country. And take a look at this.
And it keeps going this way northward. It'll go to Montego.
As much as it is the rain falling in the mountains, and we still have this bullseye here north of Mandeville in those mountains, another bullseye kind of over here, outside of Kingston, and some over here by Montego Bay, because the higher mountains catch the moisture, cause more rain, and then all that water's got to come downhill. So this area in the western part of the country especially, but we've already seen the water raging through metropolitan Kingston in the Spanish Town area, so we know the water is already coming to the lower elevations. And here's that Black River. Now remember, it looks like the center of the storm is going to the left of Black River, which is the bad side for them. So the wind is coming around like this.
It's more towards this side over here.
This bay
so
here,
all this needs to be moved over.
And then it's raining up on these mountains here, and the water comes down here, and you can make out there's a channel there. See this higher elevation here? In this area here, there's a channel that comes down. So the rain comes in like this into the Black River, and then this kind of a nature area over here. So this is going to be just very, very bad, with water coming this way and water going that way in this area. As a matter of fact, if there were just storm surge, the water would go way into this area here, according to the National Hurricane Center's analysis. So all along here, from along Treasure Beach, along that coast, right at the coast, with the mountains right behind them, that's a whole coastal road with kind of beach communities. Treasure Beach is sort of a resort area in that part of Jamaica. Over in Kingston, you can see that the rainfall amounts, according to the model, are much lower now, but up here in the mountains, still that's where the rain of the water is going to come from. And this right here is the drainage area for Kingston. So it comes down and it goes into this drainage area from a variety of directions. And so how will that all handle the rain coming out of the mountains. That isn't all going to come today. The storm may be gone today, but the rain is going to take time. So what kind of flooding there is going to be in Kingston, we may not know for a while until that water gets downhill. All right, the storm surge, I talked about that in this area, Black River, with the wind coming in like this. Hurricane Center forecasting
Gonna go like
13
this.
feet above tide. Let me see.
Montego Bay.
We're kind of at mid tide now, so I won't swim high tide, but there isn't a big tide swing in this area. So tremendous storm surge here in St. Elizabeth Parish. There in southwestern Jamaica, and up to 4 feet up here around Montego Bay and to the east as the storm goes by and the winds come around from the north. Now, the airport in Montego Bay is right on the water, so if they get the full 4 feet, there's a berm there. I don't know. This is going to be close to getting the water into that airport on that runway or not, and whether that berm can hold it. But in any case, obviously everybody in Montego Bay needs to be hunkered down and through this evening at the very least. All right, looking ahead, we have hurricane warnings in effect for the central and southeastern Bahamas and also for eastern Cuba. This is going to be a very hard hit in Cuba here. Santiago de Cuba is the second biggest city in Cuba.
This
it's
is going to be
big metropolitan
people
area.
Are going to die here
there.
too.
And then, of course, Guantanamo Bay over here.
He's going to hit as a Cat 4.
Right there, actually. And
Cat 5, maybe Cat 4.
Maguin up here is also a significant city. So this is going to be very bad for the Cubans, even with it being down, estimated at Category 3 at the time that it comes
We'll
through
see
there.
if it gets, it'd
Then
probably
moving
be
through
4.
the Bahamas as a 2 or a 3. This is going to be this evening.
That'll be probably 3.
And so that's going to be reasonably hard hit in here. The Bahamians are pretty good at this, but the southeastern Bahamas is just going to have to deal with this, and everybody's going to have to get to higher ground on the islands. These islands have higher ground. That's a good thing. All right, then Bermuda is down the line. It looks like late Thursday into early Friday in Bermuda.
The word is
know
bigger
the
than the
storm is going
island.
by because it's going to grow in size when it gets there. Whether they get the core of it, that's another thing. It's be a little unlucky, be on a little tiny island and get hit by a fairly small core in a hurricane. But it's not out of the question. So, Bob, this really an historic event that we're witnessing here in Jamaica. Just feel for our Jamaican friends what they're going to confront when the sun comes up tomorrow morning.
Yeah, are you getting the same feeling you did in like Hurricane Andrew, Hurricane Dorian? Is that still hitting you right in the gut with this one?
Yeah, I mean, Dorian, I remember so clearly that it kept getting more intense and more intense and more intense. And I mean, having spent quite a bit of time in the Bahamas, I know that intimately there. And, you just feel for these folks that you look at it. And what I remember about Andrew, which relates to this, is, it was a beautiful sunset the night before. Everything looked normal. And I remember thinking, okay, nothing is going to look like this tomorrow when the sun comes back up. I remember that very well that Sunday. I think I said that on TV, to look around because this is not what you're going to see when we get sunrise tomorrow.
Wow, incredible. And way to put it in perspective too, Brian. We appreciate it. Brian Norcross, our
I
hurricane
remember him.
specialist,
I
talking
was
about
watching him.
A huge storm, a powerful
92.
one. Thank you, Brian. All right, coming up, listen, we've got live reporter down there, Robert Ray. Jared Maloney's down there as well. We've got live pictures in from the northern part of the country. Right now, we also have some webcams coming up from just outside of the eye wall. We've got live shots from Kingston also. We've got reports from down there. We've got the latest updates, and it will most likely be making a landfall here within the next half an hour or hour. We'll talk about that coming up right after the break.
All right, so while they go to break, let's go ahead and pause that out. Let's listen in.
We have a breaking news. We have breaking news coming out of Black River. Medical facilities in Black River have been destroyed.
Oh my God.
This is according to the Jamaican senator talking to NBC.
Oh my God.
But even here, I don't know if we'll be able to get
That was
up
breaking news in the last minute. That was a place
Black
right along the
River
coastline.
Hospital has been destroyed.
Yeah, there's so much water coming off these mountains.
There's a hospital
Yep.
right along the coast.
Darn. Let me see my map.
Look at all this. No way. No way.
Wow. That is another dead end.
Not a chance that you're getting through there.
Black River Hospital. There it is, Black River Hospital. And that hospital has been destroyed. And that's not even where the eye
I think
is.
Bryce is just stuck. I don't know how many exits there are to get out of here, but
It's getting the storm surge.
there's a decent amount of ways
The
to get out.
storm
This is just
surge
another blocked off
destroyed
way
the
though.
hospital.
Oh my goodness. And it's just getting worse. I'm telling you, there's hardly any way around this town right now. Heck, there ain't no way. We're literally stuck in not even a 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer. Down here's flooded too. Albeit this is nowhere near as bad.
Landfall is gonna be happening in the next like 5 minutes, it looks like. So we should have official landfall here shortly.
Yikes. I have to get these paper towels out and clean this one shit off.
Basically, every roadway is flooded here in Mandeville.
Written by Bounty.
But he's on the other side. He's not even taking nowhere near the eye.
Finger on it. I went through like 3
This guy's nowhere near the eye. And he's getting like bombarded over there. Cause I'm checking it out on my phone and I'm like, he is not near the eye.
Try to clean it. Driving on the right side has been a dust the
Let's
past
go
few days, but
over
I've
to Ryan Hall.
If you happen to be listening to this and you live in those areas, take shelter now, as if a tornado was coming. All right, I'm retweeting another video from Black River with some pretty significant damage. I'm also hearing reports that medical facilities in Black River have been destroyed. Jamaican senator is talking live to NBC News right now, stating that medical facilities in Black River have been completely destroyed. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, another place we haven't really talked about very much that is pretty populous is Savannah Lamar. This city has received less attention from us because we assumed that northeast path was going to be taken, but we have consistently stayed with the northern wobble here. That's going to bring this landfall very close to Auchindown for the official place. Once we get the official designation, that's where I expect the center to pass over. But that puts Savannah Lamar in the western eye wall for an extended period of time with this perfectly northward deviation. Again, I do think that's in part due to the frictional forces of the land that extends further south on the east side of the hurricane that could be acting to help drive it to the north as a temporary wobble here towards Montego Bay eventually. But Savannah Lamar has a lot of people in it. Something they won't get, of course, is that storm surge, because for the at least until well after the hurricane has passed, because for the entire duration as it moves north, they will be on the western side of the eye wall, and winds going counterclockwise around the eye wall will drive the water offshore rather than onshore. So we'll actually see like exposed beaches in the Savannah Lamar area, but wind damage is the concern there, especially with any heavier rain in the eye wall that kind of wraps around the whole thing and drags down those stronger winds that are just above the surface. So I'm thinking about Savannah Lamar too, since we haven't really talked about them as much or enough, in my opinion.
Okay, thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill, drawing our attention down here to, let me get that one right, Alkendown, where we might see landfall here soon, and also Savannah, Lamar, Darleston, Betheltown. We're keeping an eye on all you guys. If you happen to be listening to this and you live in those areas, take shelter now, as if a tornado was coming. Interior concrete building with as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. Protect your head. If you got a helmet, wear it. If you got a mattress, put it over your head. You really might need it. As we've seen from some of the winds out here, it's been pretty insane down there to your south. And there's a thin band of extremely damaging winds that's about to come through right now. That's also moving up towards Betheltown and eventually Montego Bay. And that's why we've got that camera pulled up. We're going to watch what happens there as the storm comes through. We're continuing to watch the river over here at the Flat Bridge, as well as this is going to be one of the areas where the winds aren't as much of a problem, but the rain's going to be 30 to 40 inches of rain's going to fall in a short period of time. We're already seeing significant flooding here. The water could very well get much higher than this. So we're going to watch for that as the storm continues to dump a ton of rain in the middle of Jamaica, which is where this is. Kingston still doesn't look too bad. Let's see here. Yeah, Kingston, Jamaica doesn't look too bad right now. The winds are picking up a little bit. But for the most part, I would say this is pretty manageable in Kingston right now. So hopefully that trend continues, but we're not out of the woods just yet in Kingston. Going back to Montego Bay, where this is going to by far be the most dramatic imagery that we have of the storm going forward, especially as the storm starts to leave some of those more...
Since this is the video, I have a video on this, so... At the top of the hour, I'm going to switch over to that live video, and I'm just going to let it play on its own. And then I'll be back later on and talk a little bit more, but I'm just going to let it play on its own. I'll let Ryan Hall speak until the top of the hour. Then at 1 o'clock, I'm going to cut him off and switch over to the Montego Bay camera, so that way you can see nice and big, and it's going to be very interesting to see the aftermath of the storm. Let's see what's going on over here.
Back downhill.
Like, would affect down the road here with all the buildings. Thank you, Christina, for the $10 super chat. As a reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. Once again, this is live with Storm Chaser Bryce Shelton. He's also live on YouTube under the name of Tornado Pagey. Also live inside of the Radar Omega app, which you can download with the top link in the description below.
All that stuff might move here. wind coming up.
All right, let's go ahead and switch out of here. Let's go over to live here with Fox Weather.
Yeah, I remember we talked about it. I got called out on it. I'm like, are you kidding me? But they did really well last year. It seems like the Euro track is always solid, really good. The GFS was terrible. It was going over Hispaniola, and the UK was like going over the Yucatan. So it's disappointing that two of the top models we used to use, it makes it frustrating. That's why we got to take a blend of models. And overall, I think the track was pretty on point. It's just sad looking at the maps. I was Googling that area and, seeing some of these videos popping, online and just what folks must be going through. Because we know what a Cat 5 is like. I mean, we've seen the destruction afterwards. So what's happening right now. And it's just, it's going to be a nightmare for these folks. And then, like you mentioned, it's going across the island and it's not going to lose much punch. And when it emerges, we're going to have wraparound bands hitting the northwest side. So there's a lot of folks really dealing with this right now.
And if it keeps on jogging to the west a little bit more, I mean, it's running out of time to do that. But it's going. The farther west it goes, the less interaction it's going to have with land, at least the inner workings of the core. I mean, that's a bad situation for Cuba. That means it's not going to die down that much.
Yeah, they did bump that next advisory up to still Cat 4. So it's going to go through the whole island as a Cat 4.
That's what I said earlier.
It's a little flatter terrain on that side, so they're getting the rain still on the east side, which is terrible. I saw some flooding videos there. I had a friend of mine that I've met through doing my chats and stuff, and he just messaged me and said he's heard the southwest part of the island is just getting beat up bad. Like, being a local, he said he's lived there his whole life. He's 63, nothing like that. So
wow,
we just won't know. I remember watching past storms, Michael and others. You don't know what's going on right now until tomorrow, let's say.
Even then, right? Even then, with the infrastructure that's going to get destroyed like this, what I'm worried about also, Mike, is looking at before and after the satellite, just the deforestation of that stripe of the core that's going to go over there. It's going to be a drastically different west side of the island.
Yeah, we've seen that in the past. I mean, you're going to see, land scarred. And to see a storm like this with the lightning, this morning, just never lose that warmth. Broke a record, right, for the most intact eye ever. And it's just the worst case scenario for anybody. The good news I told people on my little chat this morning. And one thing I learned is always folks ready to help. I've seen so many people ready to fly in, wanting to help. And I have a feeling that we're going to see a good outpouring of support to Jamaica afterwards.
Yeah, I hope you're right.
So
I agree. We had the Minister of Energy and Transport and Telecommunications on it, and he was touting that as well. Our good friends around the Caribbean are going to help, is what he was saying, and I agree. And then one more thing, Mike, when I look at the track itself, it goes through the Bahamas, we know.
Third strongest hurricane on record.
I mean, here we go again with Bermuda.
Yeah, this still might be 100-mile-an-hour winds there. I mean,
wow.
And they're going to be on the dirty side looking at some of those models again. You always feel guilty not talking about other weather, but when there's a huge story obviously going on, but there's still impacts down the road. We got the Bahamas and the Turks, and Caicos there, and of course Bermuda. They're going to be dealing with it next.
Jamaica, Cuba, the Bahamas.
You watch these things. This one came across Africa, right?
It was a wave.
We were talking about this 2 weeks, and here we are. It's like, I can't believe what we're looking at right now on satellite.
The fact that it held together as a tropical wave, went all the way through the MDR, didn't develop until it got to the untapped Caribbean. You're right. We've been watching this wave, this batch of energy now for 2 weeks, and it's incredible. We're going to be watching it for another 4 to 5 days before it finally peels on out of here and falls apart across the northern Atlantic. Mike, it's been a busy day for you. I appreciate you taking the time out and talking again.
You're welcome.
Next week, hopefully we won't be talking about anything. Maybe you're taking the first hockey puck slap or something,
Yeah, I was teasing going up to Gatlinburg. There was a little mountain snow.
Yes.
But a couple of these buddies of mine that have planes, I might be jumping on one of those and flying and helping with some of the recovery. So might be sharing some of that with you. We'll see. Anything I can do to help. But the one thing I want to point to that I saw the NAC started talking about this was the elevation winds. We saw that with Helene. And I flew over the Appalachians after Helene and just seeing those trees down.
That's crazy.
They didn't have surface winds. It was that upper level winds, and this is what they're going to be experiencing here. So I'm really curious. Even though the hurricane winds didn't reach as far as they say, I'm really curious the upper elevation if they really get beat up more than they thought.
Yeah, I mean the scar on this land right there with the trees coming down, it's going to be a scar for at least a decade. We'll talk about that again next week, Mike. Mike, always great to talk to you, my friend, and you can check him out, Mike Boylan, the weather page. Mike's weather page, good stuff, Mike. We'll talk to you next week. Yeah. All right, buddy. All right, coming up, where does it go from here? It's going to make landfall here shortly. I mean, look how close that center of circulation is to the coastline. We're talking within the next at least 15 minutes, 20 minutes. Either way, they're getting blasted with the worst part of the storm on the western side of Cuba, 185-mile-per-hour winds with gusting over 200.
He meant to say
reports from that
west
region coming up.
side of Jamaica, not west side of Cuba. He said west side of Cuba, but not west side of Cuba. It's west side of Jamaica. He's very excited. I don't, these weathermen are they look for this type of stuff, but he was like west side of Cuba. I was like, wait, that's not the west side of Cuba. That's the west side of Jamaica. All right, let's check out Ryan Hall here.
One second. All right, there we go. I'll try to keep that up, and we'll move it full whenever we need to. But I want to make sure that we stay locked in on the satellite too, because just to show you where we are. The storm's definitely making landfall soon. We'll get that official designation here very soon. White House. The strongest part of the storm is still right now happening in Savannah, Lamar, Betheltown.
White House right now is
down
in
there
the middle.
Black River. We're still pretty far out from this, making it all the way up there into the Montego Bay area. So I don't know what that's going to look like
and then
it does get there.
But
it should be a lot more intense than even what we're seeing right now. And it is getting pretty intense. I'll add a text source on top of that. Let me pull up the audio again. All right, so if you're just now tuning in, we've got major Category 5 Hurricane Melissa making landfall in Jamaica right now. On the other side of the island from where it's making landfall, we've got a live camera that should show us some of the most significant impacts as they happen. We're already starting to get pretty bad out there, but we're still pretty far away from the strongest part of the storm making it in.
Is definitely taking the northern side of that cone. If it continues going to the north like that, it's definitely going to go to Montego Bay. And Montego Bay will be destroyed. And we will be watching that here. I just want to make sure that you got an official landing. They have not given the official landing yet. Okay, so it's official. Melissa has made landfall in Jamaica at 1 p.m.
Yeah, so the storm surge. So what
White
we're
House,
noticing
Jamaica,
here
and New Hope.
on this feed,
So
obviously,
New
is going to be
Hope
the
that's what I'm
increasing
saying.
wind. The
White
wind is
House
about
and
to be
New
the
Hope.
main story here in Montego Bay.
Category
Now back
5,
south, the storm surge is very
185
quickly going to become
winds.
the big story, right? So we're going to start hearing a lot more reports of water coming in to places farther south. And now we've got an update from Andy. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan. The National Hurricane Center says that it has made landfall near New Hope, Jamaica, with the sustained winds of 185 miles per hour.
But it said White House, and they didn't put White
central
House.
Low pressure, subject to change.
That's wrong.
Okay.
It's supposed to be White
All
House.
right, thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill.
New Hope is a little bit
that is
northern.
the official landfall there.
That's crazy. New Hope is not. It's White. It's White House. Then New Hope.
From the National Hurricane Center. So let me
How does
go over that
they
again.
get it?
And just to get everybody up to speed on what's going on
I know
here,
why, because they didn't want to put
announce it
White
again,
House as the
and
name.
we'll
so
go
they-
over the basics again like we have been.
That is supposed to be White House. Wow.
As we continue to
Yeah,
watch
because
the
it's a
conditions
Category
get
5 hurricane,
more and more
it's
intense
White
here
House, it's gonna
in
look a little weird, you know.
Montego Bay.
So they what they did was they got the call and they're like, yeah, just go to Newport, just not New, it's called New Hope. Just put landfall in New Hope. But if you see on the map, there's no way it landed first in New Hope. It first landed on White House. So controversy already, yes.
All right, so if you are just now tuning in, sorry, we're working to get everything situated here. We've got a breaking update from the National Hurricane Center. This is a special tropical cyclone update on Hurricane Melissa. At 1 p.m. Eastern, Category 5, Hurricane Melissa made landfall in the southwestern Jamaica area near New Hope. This is now confirmed to be one of the most powerful hurricane landfalls ever recorded in the entire Atlantic Basin. 185 mile per hour winds and a central pressure of 892 millibars. Those numbers are historic, literally. And we're talking about a storm in the upper echelon that we've ever seen before, and also within the upper limit of what the atmosphere can even produce. If you are in Jamaica, and a lot of you are, like I'm seeing the chats, there are people in the path of this thing that are watching this right now that still have power. If you are in Jamaica, this is a life-threatening emergency. Don't go outside. Don't try to move between shelters. Even if the eye passes over you and things suddenly calm down, do not leave your shelter. The other side of the eye come in a lot of times without warning and maybe even faster than you would anticipate, and the winds will roar back even harder in the opposite direction. You need to go into a room with no windows, and you put as many walls between you and the outside as you can. Get a mattress and put over you, put a helmet on it if you've got one, and stay there until we've got the all clear, and that could be hours from now. Oh, there we go. It's official. We've got landfall. Storm has officially made landfall, and now it's strengthening on its, well, it's not strengthening, but the stronger part of the storm is approaching Montego Bay, which is where we have this live feed from right now.
If you look at the maps, you'll see it. Like, you look at the map, you'll see it's White House, then New Hope. But they put in, like, New Hope. It doesn't, I know they didn't put White House because they didn't want to put, like, White House gets hit by the Category 5 hurricane. You know,
there's still several hours of intense winds
they went
to go.
with the next town,
even for some of the places in where landfall happened. Like there's,
and they put New Hope.
The other half of the hurricane is still going to happen.
And
in
I told you
like
it was
Crawford,
between
Black
White House
River,
and New Hope,
etc.
So I was right from like hours ago.
So even though we are starting to hear some damage reports now, we haven't really heard the full extent of what will be the outcome of this at all, really.
All right, time to go over to the Montego Bay cameras. Actually, let's go live with Fox. Let's go ahead and abandon this here. Let's go live now with Fox.
To a garage. We have been showing that earlier today, and we'll try to show that again as
he's nowhere near
is
or
okay. We are about 50 miles to the east of Montego Bay, and where all those resorts are. You know, so many people, and we got official word actually from the tourism minister and his people that there are 25,000 visitors in Jamaica right now. That's a lot of people that couldn't get out of the airports before all of this started to happen this weekend. And so they're very concerned, and they're telling us that they are making sure that the priority is that everyone is safe in those resorts. But certainly with these winds and this activity about to head up into Jamaica and into Montego, there's going to be major issues. Boy, this is a pretty good gust that we got here right now with some blowing, driving rain. As a matter of fact, I think it's blowing into the garage.
And they don't have the lay of the land. They don't have the same reference to draw back on in Jamaica.
Montego Bay right there, right?
And that's where it looks like the worst people that are out of their element is what I'm saying in that part of the island.
I mean, you're on vacation. You don't know really what's going on.
Right.
And it's really difficult when you're in a foreign area. It's tough to tell. One thing I am noticing right here, though, and they said it too in the National Hurricane discussion, Ian, if you're in the eye, stay where you are.
Yeah.
Because you're going to see the calm conditions, but it's not going to last for very long.
Yeah. I mean, they've been saying get to where you're going to be and stay there. And in this case,
the whole thing is gone.
24, 36 hours.
It could be. Hey, wait, listen, we got some new video right now. Let me show you this. This is on the eastern side of the eye wall, okay? This is Black River. We knew they were getting smashed the hardest. And, all right, now the winds were supposed to be cranking up to about 185. We already saw one of the portions. Look at that stuff flying around, Ian.
Yeah, tin, too, right?
Yeah, absolutely. You don't want to be caught outside with flying guillotines. You don't want anything to do with that whatsoever. Wow. So that's new video coming in right there from the Black River, Jamaica. We got more video. We've got more live shots. We got more reports from down there. We're just getting some information in now. We'll have it for you. We'll share it with you right after the break, everybody.
That made last time at White House. That was not no new report. My guys. That was bullshit. Oh my goodness. Let's see here. Let's go here to Montego Bay. And you guys gonna look from this camera. This is from Reuters. And let's hit the sound and enjoy the show. This is gonna be crazy in Montego Bay. And this is a live camera from Montego Bay. I'm gonna be stepping away for a bit. Please enjoy the rest of Category 5 hurricane making landfall in Jamaica. Melissa going to Montego Bay.